Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye,
Hello, how's it going?
Absorbent and yellow and Boris is here.
Yeah, I had a couple of days of just not sleeping because of the event, but I got some good sleep last night, and I'm ready to go. Thanks.
What do you?
Hey, Gary, what's shaking? Ow! 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 Ouch! Ow! 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 Ouch! Ow! Ow!
Nah, it's just been a while since I've updated my title.
Congratulations, you
Yeah,
won.
Juan, thanks for the gift. Yeah, no, I mean, it was sick. I liked commentating the other runs. It was fun. It was like a good 3 hours of just sponge, you know. Yeah, hopefully next year we get the Patrick Star game, and that'd be cool.
Scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you. Ouch!
Yeah, what's up? Ugh. I always hate losing sleep. But the good news is that we are pretty much home for the rest of the year. I mean, I do have some stuff that I have to do. But yeah. Should be good to lock in until the subathon.
Yeah.
Dabby, thanks for 16 months. Yeah. It'll probably take us the rest of his term to actually get it back. Ironically. But yeah. Yeah, we brought the Christmas emote back because it's November now. It's time to get ready for the holidays.
Yeah.
Yo, Lee, thanks for the 6 months and the good luck. Yeah, it's time. I have a couple of weddings to go to and Thanksgiving, so that's what I got going on this month, but next month should be clear. Yeah, it's time. And everybody knows it. And everybody knows it. Thanks, man. Gotta say though, New Jersey 5%. That's fucking insane. It's like almost a swing state at this point. No, Twitter is actually fine. I think the people are actually, like, snapping back to reality. There are some people who are just, like, being babies about it, but, like, I think most people are just, like, you know, they're kind of realizing that most people want it. It's not, like, a non-popular opinion anymore, so... I like that I'm seeing at least, like, most people are just, like, hoping for the best and, you know, acknowledging the problems with the other person's campaign, which is what I was saying the other day. It's like, one person clearly ran the better campaign, and hopefully the other side learns from it and puts up better candidates and stops trying to change the narrative from what most people are feeling at this point, in the working class at least. Because I recognize that most people on Twitch, like, we don't have stakes in this, literally. A lot of people are just, like, following the narrative, whatever news source they're watching, but most of America doesn't have the privilege to be able to do that, so... That's the reality. And I feel like the next 4 years aren't going to be just like Trump bad, blah blah blah. just like looking at the TV every day, seeing about how he's Hitler and all this shit. Because I think they realized it didn't work. It was the most legendary campaign of all time. It was pure cinema. And I think the people are just tired of the fucking, this person's bad because I said so shit. So he won, and that's it. In principle, I personally hate celebrities and politicians. You know, like, it is what it is.
You've just met the Sponginator.
I don't think any of these people want anything but to win, but he ran a better campaign. And that's it. I think the Democrats should have ran a primary. They should have actually... I mean, again, like, the 2016 election, they didn't even really... It was a primary, but it was also rigged because they didn't give Bernie, like, any room to speak either. And I know a lot of Democrats who are still upset about that. Go figure, Bernie is one of the first people to come out today and say that there needs to be some kind of change and discussion about how they can, you know, come back from this. Because I think he actually does care about the party, and he does care about the working class vote. But I think it's clear that the think tank that's in charge of that party is completely out of touch at this point. And by extension, the propaganda arm that is the media that helps them out. I think people are snapping out of it, and I hope the next 4 years we can see a new Democratic Party that doesn't rely so strongly on just the rhetoric and vilification of, again, like, most of your friends and family voted for this guy, and you just didn't know it because they were afraid to tell you. So, just think about that, and ask yourself, are these terrible people, or am I just out of touch? That's what I would be reflecting on if you're upset about this.
You've just met the Sponginator.
And just remember that most normal people didn't like either of these candidates. I think that's pretty fair to say. I think we deserve better than this, but at the same time, especially if you're a Democrat, I'd feel insulted that this person was shoved down your throat right at the end, after they lied to you for months about Joe Biden being perfectly fine, and then just doubling down on she's going to do everything that he did and he was perfect and there's nothing wrong with your bank account right now, and oh, by the way, the Middle East and Europe are fine, and like, you should be upset about that, honestly, and that's the reason why people voted the way they did. Big reason why. I think they both can do better. I really hope that Trump and the people who work for him now aren't going to get complacent with this. I hope they don't decide to go off the script and do it whatever they personally want. I hope they focus on their promises of the campaign and don't let all these GOP uniparty dinosaurs control them like they did last time. But yeah, I'm hopeful, man. I think that things will be okay. You're already seeing different behavior from other countries and world leaders following this eve of the election, so if we keep that energy and my stocks keep going up, you know, I think things will be okay. Apparently crypto's doing fine too. I'm not into crypto, but the immediate reaction I heard was pretty good. My stocks went up a lot today, personally. I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, if you were following a narrative or stuck in an echo chamber on the internet for the last 4 to 8 years, like, thinking, like, it's all about racism and, like, people who are saying, like, minorities are voting against themselves, like, you don't understand politics. Like, politics is more than just signaling virtue and who has the moral high ground, and like the Jill Stein voters, like, voting because they feel bad that both parties are probably going to do something war-ish to end these conflicts, you know, or just keep them going, which is just even worse. But I don't know, if you're voting on morality and not substance, you have lost the plot. It's not good versus evil, it's just policies versus policies. It's what people have done in the past and what they'll probably do in the future. So the next time one of your friends comes out as a Trump voter and you freak out on them, just remember that. Because I don't think that anybody wanted either of these candidates. but you know, the fact that he won the popular vote, and I think he won every single swing state, and he didn't almost flip a lot of these blue states, but he did like close the margins quite a bit. I think that speaks for itself that if you think that the problem is that America is stupid or racist, like you've truly lost the plot, and if you keep that energy for the next 4 years, they're just gonna win again. Yeah, you gotta come back to reality, you gotta come back to the center a little bit. That's facts. Yeah, I mean, I want my pockets to get bigger. I want my fans' pockets to get bigger. I want the wars to stop. I want the senseless post-World War II bullshit to stop. And I think that, you know, ever since 2016, like, even if Trump has problems and if he's outlandish and he's not the smartest person and people, you know, take advantage of him and all that, like we saw in his first term, he was the first person to come out and say that the Iraq War was stupid and that Bush is the reason why 9/11 happened. As far as, like, our country not being... I'm not saying that Bush did 9/11, I'm saying that, like, he's blaming leadership for the weakness that caused 9/11. Whether you believe that or not, like, he's still taking responsibility for a national security issue that caused that shit, you know? At the end of the day, like, yeah, we were attacked, but he was really the first person out of both those parties to say, like, we need to get out of these stupid wars, and I think that that message resounds with people. Yeah, I understand that, but, like, my job is to talk to people for a living, and I get to know people over the last 8 years who they voted for either person, and, you know, you start to learn the more you get out and you talk to people. Like, these are not bad people, they're not stupid people. And I think it's better for all of us to recognize that, you know, if your candidate loses, it's not because the other side is stupid, you know. A lot of it's because of what they're hearing and the news sources they're hearing from, and which issues matter the most to them. I thought that Biden ran a better campaign than Trump 4 years ago. I don't buy into the narrative that, like, they, like, rigged it and shit. I just genuinely think that Biden ran a better campaign 4 years ago, and people were nostalgic for Obama. You know, COVID definitely hurt Trump a lot, but all things considered, the way that people talked about him for 4 years, and it was before, like secondhand media became really, really popular from COVID. Like, more and more people were listening to podcasts and reading things online outside of the typical news shit. Like, Trump didn't really have a chance in 2020, and even though, like, Trump was clearly the better candidate than Joe Biden, let me just say it, it's been 4 years, we can clearly see that Trump was a better president than Joe. It doesn't matter because nobody was on the internet before that point. It's easy to think that we were on the internet, just because we were, but again, like, we're just in an echo chamber, and again, like, this Twitch shit, the speedrunning shit, it's gonna be like 90% blue. This stream feels like pretty 50-50 though. This stream feels pretty 50-50 with like normal, down-to-earth adults who recognize, like, we're gonna be better off if both parties are somewhat down-to-earth and not condescending and being elitist over moral issues that effectively don't impact voters. And that's the reason why Trump won, and he won in a landslide, and everybody knows it, so... I was surprised that people on Twitter today were being civil about it, because I think overnight people just realized, like, yep, we're out of touch, we need to do better. And I think we're all gonna do better if everybody else feels they need to do better too. If everybody is thinking in the headspace of, like, we need to earn your vote, we don't deserve it, that's good for all of us, you know. So yeah, Trump may not even be a good candidate, he may not even be a smart candidate, but I think it just signals, like, if we can lose to Donald Trump twice and then lose the popular vote the second time, after all this, like, billion-dollar campaign shenanigans where we just tell people that he's going to destroy the country and that he's racist and all this shit, like, people aren't buying it anymore. It's like, yeah, we've heard this shit. a million times. People don't buy it anymore. I really, the thing that really like gets me, that restores my faith in America, is that all these celebrity endorsements fucking meant nothing. And this is why I've always been a big fan of South Park, is because they recognize like celebrities are just fucking useless in society, and America is completely delusional over how important celebrities are to us. Like, people like literally worship celebrities here. This is a big reason why I prefer the whole speedrunning angle over clout chasing and all this shit that like most streamers like shame you for not doing, right? Because when I go to Pace and I go to play this game, like I can actually talk to people. I'm not being treated like a god. I'm being treated like a normal person. You know, I get the respect that I deserve from people, but I don't get treated like I'm like this infallible, godlike idol person, you know. Like I appreciate that there's humanity in this side of the Twitch community. Like I've always hated the idea of there being celebrities, and like Taylor Swift doesn't fucking know who to vote for, you know, like for example. And like the fact that people recognize that they're not taking that shit seriously. Like it really makes me happy, honestly. Like, am I a Trump fan? No. Am I a Hillary or Bernie or whatever the fuck her name is, Kamala? I'm not a fan of any of these people, but I am a big fan of people not giving a fuck about what celebrities think, and that's the big thing that I'm taking away from this, is like they run a multi-billion-dollar campaign with these fucking celebrities out here doing concerts for them, and they still can't win. And that should at least like make you smile a little bit, even if you're not a Republican or if you didn't vote for Trump or any of this shit. Like it should make you happy that celebrities can't just fucking tell you what to think anymore, because there's alternative media. I think that's a really, really good sign for not just this country but also the world. So yeah, will the next 4 years be good or bad? I don't know, but I do think that the election, if Trump does a decent enough job to where he can't be legitimately criticized to the point where it's like, yeah, this guy's the worst president ever. If he does a decent job, they're going to have a different strategy in 2028, so. I'm just looking forward to an election where we're not being talked down to. And it's just people who live in these fucking gold-lined houses that don't have to really care about any of us, and they just say what they have to say to get people to virtue signal online to advocate for them. That's what I'm tired of. Stick to the issues. I think you greatly understand the message of Trump's campaign, if that's your take. I don't think that's what Trump is doing at all. Trump is calling the politicians that oppose him shit. And the people who oppose him are calling his supporters shit and stupid, and they're still doing it. They're still calling people racist, and they're saying that minorities are stupid for voting for Trump. Again, man, like, if you're getting your news from one side of the aisle, I can see why you would think that. But Joe Biden is just as guilty of just sitting on the beach and doing nothing while he's the president as well. Neither of these people are good candidates, but to just think that like Trump is so much worse than them, like they're all politicians, but again, like there's just like this like weird sense that people think that like America's so stupid for voting this one way, and you're not, like, it's for your own good that you don't get into that mindset, because you're just gonna lose again. If we get another 4 years and people are still saying like Trump is Hitler and he's stupid, and if you voted for him you're an idiot and you're destroying America, like if people are still saying that 4 years from now, you're just not gonna win another election again. Like, because 4 years from now it's gonna be even more. Like, there's gonna be more information out there, more ways to get it. People are gonna be more informed, more aware of what's being talked about. it's really interesting because if it weren't for COVID, what probably would have happened is like a repeat of 2016, where it's just like the way people were thinking about all this shit would just be the same way. Like you're just being told by like Fox News or CNN what to think. But because of COVID, everybody got on the internet, and because of all the drama over 2020, seems like a lot of people are thinking more independently now. I mean, New Jersey being a 5% margin, like, kind of just tells you that. I mean, I'm on the ground here, and I saw so many Trump signs everywhere in New Jersey for, like, months. It's really just, like, Newark and, like, Trenton that voted for Trump, basically. Which is, you know, usually the case with, like, the cities, but, like, people resoundingly want Trump as president, and a lot of these people are Democrats who voted for Biden and voted for Hillary. And if you think that, like, the reason why people voted for Trump is because they're stupid or racist, or, like, people just suddenly became racist overnight over the last 8 years, like, you're literally just gonna lose again next time. You're literally just gonna lose again. So just remember that. Like, it's better for all of us to be like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not because people are stupid and racist. Maybe I'm actually wrong. I don't think that they're legit opposites at all. I think that Kamala Harris isn't even, like, the fact that people hate her is also just mind-blowing to me. Because she's nothing. She was installed by a party that like, they're controlling Joe Biden and they control her. You're voting against the party. You're not voting against the person with ideas. She has no ideas. Kamala Harris is just the fucking girl in class who just memorized the facts and get 90s on tests. Like, she's not a smart person. She doesn't have any of her own ideas. She was just picking off of Trump's playbook the whole time and just saying, by the way, I'm giving you all the stuff that he's giving you, but he's bad and I'm not. She was even saying that she's not gonna take away gun rights, which is like what they were fucking parading on for the last 4 years. I'm like, I'm not stupid enough to forget what you were talking about the last 4 years and all these, like where was the discussion about school shootings? Where was the discussion about LGBT rights? Like, there's none of that. She was literally like running as a conservative saying that Trump's bad. If you don't pay attention to the policies she's talking about, like, I'm like, what even is this campaign? Do people believe that she's going to deliver on any of the things she's saying? Especially after Joe Biden's like, I'm going to be the president for all Americans. And day one, he's like, yeah, Trump supporters are terrible. We're not even going to speak his name on the news. It's bullshit. And people see that as bullshit. And that's why they fucking lost. Look, like, this shit doesn't impact me. I'm just an observer. But that's what I see, man. Is like, people aren't fucking stupid. They literally see this shit unfolding before their very eyes, to the point where, like, the president can call Trump supporters trash, and they try to spin it into, like, saying that he didn't say it when the clip is right there. It's like, it's right there, dude. People aren't fucking dumb. Trump was not saying that he was gonna... Trump is actually, like, fairly left-leaning on abortion. He supports IVF, and he does think that it should be allowed for emergency. Like, he's actually, as far as Republicans go, emergencies and rape, he wants abortion to be allowed. He's not this, like, totally, like, alt-right, like, Nick Fuentes type person. Like, he's not like that at all. But you don't have to take it from me. Take it from 51% of America that voted for Trump. He's not calling for a ban on abortion. He's calling for the states to decide, which, again, if calling for the states to decide is effectively wanting abortion banned, then you should have more faith in the American people that they're not going to want to ban abortion. Or that people are going to realize, like, oh, this is a bad idea. We shouldn't have a blanket ban on abortion because people are going to vote on it. You know? He doesn't want it to be a federally allowed thing, so the states can decide on it. Which, by the way, at least according to Vance, like every European State of the Union and the EU votes on these issues separately. Like, there's no, like, the EU doesn't impose abortion rights or lack thereof onto people. They all vote on their own, so it works over there, it can work over here, is what he's saying. There's no, like, call to entirely ban abortion. And by the way, like, let me just say it, there are bigger issues than abortion right now. You don't have to take it from me, though. Take it from all the women who voted for Trump. It's like, you guys just, like, hear these talking points from this, like, very closed echo chamber that don't understand what people are thinking. The biggest issue right now is that we're gonna fucking be in World War III within the next 3 years, and like either we are or we aren't, and somebody's got to be able to handle that. And like, I'm not saying that Trump is gonna handle it like great, but like it seems like most people agree that the world was a safer place 4 years ago. The world was a safer place like 4 years ago. Like, do I think that's because of Obama or Trump? I'm not an expert, but that's what people are thinking, as people are saying. My point is that the political parties win if people are hating each other because of who voted for whom. You gotta understand why people voted the way they did. That's the important thing to take away from this, because either way, these are people who are out of touch who are making decisions for us. That's just how it is. But again, it's not a perfect system, but it's still better than every other system in the world. So it's about understanding why your friends, family, and neighbors voted the opposite way that you did, where they're getting their information from, because we all just want to get along, and we all want to live better, right? That's the whole point of all this shit, is that these people represent us, and we should know what these people see in the representatives they're picking, and why they're picking it. Like, where are they getting their information from? Who are they talking to? Which policies are they voting for? If you don't understand that, and you just stay in your little chamber of like, yeah, no, my friends are saying that it's because Trump is stupid and evil, that must be why he won. Good, in 4 more years, like, he's just gonna fucking, like, I mean, he can't run again, but, like, JD Vance will fucking win. Vivek will, Vivek probably won't win because of the Christian vote, but, like, you know what I'm saying. Like, this whole, like, Reddit said, like, this is not representative of how normal people think. Like, I wanted Tulsi Gabbard to fucking win in 2020. I would have voted for her. Honestly, I would have voted for her. Seriously, but they just pick terrible candidates. They pick terrible candidates and they just install them because they think you're stupid. And you should be upset about that. You should be more upset if you're on the blue. You should be more upset about that shit if you're not already upset about it. They wanted you to vote for Kamala Harris, dude. They wanted you to vote for Kamala Harris. And like, yeah, I feel pretty insulted that like, it's like these people just like, they just keep letting Trump win because they fucking pick terrible candidates and they think that you're an idiot. That's literally why we're at where we are. These celebrities and fucking news anchors, like, they're literally just picking the candidates for you. And then Trump's just like, here I am if you don't like what these fucking elites are picking for you. That's like literally what's going on for the past 8 years. If you don't get it by now, like, it's all about power. It's all about class warfare, power, and different groups having different interests. It's not good versus evil. You need to get out of this mindset where, oh, this side's good and this side's evil. It's not it. There are different groups with different interests, and people vote accordingly based on the substance and the issues. And you don't have to take it from me. Don't be mad at me. I'm just the messenger. Look at the fucking electoral map and the popular vote and all these counties. Kamala Harris literally did not do better in any single county than Joe Biden did. She underperformed literally everywhere. Everywhere. Nobody wanted this bitch. She's the worst candidate of my lifetime, dude. She's horrible. And like, if you really think that Trump is so bad that like it's impossible to vote for him, you're waking up today realizing like, okay, maybe I was lied to. Maybe he's a shitty candidate, but he's not like literally like the end of America that people were telling me that he was. If you stay in this mindset that Trump is going to end your life for the next 4 years, it'll literally be self-fulfilling. You'll hate yourself 4 years from now, and you're gonna give the Democrats a full position to pick another candidate for you that half the country hates. So just keep that energy. It's not gonna work next time. It didn't work this time. I want people to wake up and think for themselves. And I do believe that regardless of whether people thinking for themselves, it's still going to be 50-50. People are still going to come to the conclusion like, yeah, I lean more left, yeah, I lean more right. If both parties are more to the center, people would probably be feeling the same way they were in the early 2000s, where you could discuss who you're voting for and not fucking scream in somebody's face based on who they're voting for. That's why you have all these secret Trump voters that fucking resoundingly wanted him president. Democrats too. It's just obvious at this point. Like, if people are so afraid to speak their mind that all the polls can consistently undermine Trump's performance, you gotta recognize that you're being lied to. You gotta recognize that you're being lied to, man. And as somebody who's an observer to all this shit, I just don't like the people who are being lied to. And Trump lies too, don't get me wrong. They all lie, but just this narrative that like one side is gonna ruin the whole country is just like crazy, dude. Like, you gotta just ignore the rhetoric. Like, the fact that people think that like this, like the comedian's joke or like Joe Biden saying this shit, like that's gonna like swing the election. It's crazy that like people really thought those were like the issues of the campaign. Those aren't the issues. Yeah, it did turn out to be nothing, didn't it? It's like, no shit. And it's like, oh, why are the Hispanics voting for Trump after the joke? It's like, because they're not stupid. It's like almost like they're racist. Like, why did this like ethnic group vote for someone when they should be voting because of the way that I think? It's like they fucking think for themselves. That's why. And they deal with these issues a lot worse than you do because, you know, a lot of the Hispanics in this country haven't been here for as long. Maybe they're like first or second generation. And they're like, why'd they vote to deport the undocumented, illegal, whatever you choose to call it? Like, why'd they vote to deport people at the border? It's because they're already here, and the people who are here illegally are competition for them. And they gotta vote to protect their own families who are already here. Is that not obvious? I mean, look at the counties around Texas that voted red. Like, all the border counties are red. Wake up. It's like, come on already. It's time to wake up. Look, I don't care who you voted for, but like, you gotta admit that like, if you really thought that it was gonna be a blue landslide, you just were not paying attention to the right sources of information.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's something that I would never even know. Tainted. That's why I would never even know that. We all get information from limited sources. There's so much information out there that so much of us are missing. And the fact that people are afraid to talk about it should tell you that something is going on that is unhealthy for us. That we always get two candidates that most normal people don't like. And then one wins and everybody thinks the world's gonna end. This should tell you that there is a major issue with American politics over the last 8 years. And I don't think that's because Trump is dividing people. I think that he's exposing all this shit that existed for a long time. I mean, look at how much more involved people are since Trump got elected or ran for president, right? Do you think that's objectively a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing that more people are involved, aware, and they understand the stakes of what's at stake here, because it's again, like, I don't want to point fingers, but, you know, as a millennial, like, our parents kind of got us in this situation. Like, we have to figure this out. This is, like, the fact that we're doing worse than our parents is something that we do have to figure out and try to understand what's going on. And if we're all taking information from different sources and not talking to each other about this stuff, we're just losing the game. We're all losing the game. Our kids are either not going to be able to exist or just lose the game again. Or we're just going to be just like our parents and expect our kids to figure it out for us, which, like, I don't know. We can't be hypocrites like that, man. We have to figure this shit out for ourselves. And demonizing people for the way they vote and not trying to understand why the way they voted the way they did is not helping, because what the maturity is realizing that people are not evil. The majority of the country is not evil. A very small percentage of the country is like dark triad. Well, I guess I don't have to use another adjective, but it's such a low percentage that like the psychopaths who genuinely are psychopaths or just don't care about people, they're not the ones who are swinging this vote. Like, America wants Trump, and you gotta understand why. You gotta figure out why. Do I even fully understand why? Probably not. Like what Taint just brought up earlier about the left deporting more Latinos than the right, or whatever he says. Like, he's Hispanic, and I'm not gonna discount his personal perception on that. Like, he's seeing something that I'm not, and I'll probably look into it just to try to have more information myself, you know? That's the way people should be thinking, instead of like, oh, this side is stupid for voting this way. Because I can't take another fucking 4 years of this shit, man. I can't take another 4 years of like, this side's wrong, and like whoever is in power is just gonna suppress the information of the other side. Like, I don't want this shit anymore, man. Like, I can't take it. I can't be going every 4 years, people are just flip-flopping between red and blue, and then one side wants their information shown and one side doesn't. Like, I can't take this shit anymore, man. I'm just trying to live my life. And I'm a streamer too, like, being a streamer, like, internet censorship and you know, speech suppression is a big deal for me because I literally talk for a living. Like, there are certain jokes I haven't been able to make over the last 4 to 8 years that, like, people just get so offended by everything now. It's just really annoying. Yeah, I can't take another 4 years of this shit.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
I'm just a fucking dude who grew up in suburban New Jersey. And I just want to be able to make jokes and have conversations with people. That's all I want, and the fact that someone like me has to even like talk about this stuff shows that we are really off the plot at this point. Like, most people are just off the plot. If the Democrats just allowed Bernie to win in 2016, we wouldn't be here. Just saying. It's literally their fault, and I think that the Democrat voters should be more upset. They're upset at Trump, they should be upset at the people who run their party, because they keep fucking it up. The fact that Trump keeps winning shows that they are fucking out of touch with what their voters want. More and more Democrats are voting for Trump.
Hey, Mr.
Wake up. It's literally cooked, dude. And again, like, the Republicans are just fucking useless too, but like, you know, that's the reason why Trump was able to take over the party, because the fucking Republicans are absolutely useless. They resonate with zero people at this point. It's like either Trumpism or like, wow, I'm sick of what the Democrats are shoving in my face. That's like the majority of people who are swinging these votes. But yeah, the fact that we can have this conversation without people screaming and yelling just shows, like, I am so fucking proud of this community, dude. This community has come such a long way from the fucking nonsense that was happening in this chat from like 2018, 2019. Like, I'm so fucking proud of this community, man. For just being normal about this shit and not being deranged. Yeah, it gives me hope that we can actually, like, live separate from this shit for the next 4 years instead of... I'm sick of the fucking political streamers, and I'm sick of the fucking clout chasers, and I'm just sick of, like, I don't... Like, why the fuck is Ludwig endorsing a candidate? His viewers aren't even old enough to vote. Why am I seeing this shit in these spaces that are supposed to be for video games? I'm just tired of it, man. Can we just go back to normal, please? I think that XQC is just a fucking gambler, dude. I think that's all it is. He's literally just a gambling man. He doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to win money. I don't think that he's political at all. I think he's just like me. He just observes this shit and tries to figure out who's gonna win. I said a week ago, Trump ran the better campaign. Democrats' message is confusing. That's like... I thought that Trump ran an okay campaign in 2020, but like... The Democrats ultimately ran a better campaign because Joe Biden was more likable. And he was calling for unity. Even though he didn't deliver on any of that shit. And he was the worst president of my entire fucking lifetime. You know? They ran a better campaign, that's why I won. And Hillary was so focused on like, I'm a woman, vote for me, we're gonna be the first woman president. That did not resonate with anybody, and that was all she had. Trump's bad and I'm a woman. At least Kamala learned from that. Or at least, you know, the people who were telling Kamala what to say learned from that. And I'm not saying this to insult Democrats and people who vote Democratic, but like, you're literally voting for a machine. And the reason why it's a machine is because you keep voting for it. Like, that's a big reason why a lot of Democrats voted for Trump, is because they're tired of being talked down to by their own party. It's like they have no control over who they're picking anymore. Literally. Nobody fucking voted for Kamala Harris. They just installed her. They chose her. She was the least popular candidate of 2020, and they installed her for you to pick. So they're like, fuck it, I'm gonna vote Trump. Give me Bernie next time. Don't push away people like Tulsi Gabbard. Like, why are we fucking doing this shit? I don't want this person. Democrats trying to punish their own party is a big reason why Trump won. That's why New Jersey was 5% margin. They almost, like, they didn't almost win, but that should be alarming that like New Jersey can potentially flip. If the Democrats do this shit again, and they just keep fucking doing this whole like you're racist shit for the next 4 years, New Jersey could flip red.
I can't hear you.
Could legitimately flip red if they keep doing this shit for the next 4 years. Especially if Trump actually holds true to his promises to help minorities, like... It's over, dude. New Jersey will be a red state in my lifetime. If both sides, like, keep at what they're doing, it's like... Yeah, I think that the Republicans need more of a spine. Trump needs to deliver on his policies. And the Democrats need to actually fucking hold elections, for fuck's sake. Yeah. The next 4 years, everybody needs to be held accountable for everything. There needs to be more accountability. But it's hard to have accountability when people's fucking attention spans are cooked and they can't remember the past 4 years when they're voting today. Undecided voters are just fucking so crazy, dude. Like, the fact that people thought that an election was gonna swing over a joke that a comedian made, or fucking geriatric man sitting on a webcam who may or may not be running the country, it's like... I have faith people actually stick to the issues after seeing this happen, because whether you like him or not, Trump ran a legitimate campaign. It wasn't based on, like, don't vote for these people. It's like...
I can't hear you.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter probably could have been more useful than Joe Biden, honestly. Yeah, but like they're only saying blue Texas because like people are moving from California to Texas because California sucks. And they want to keep their friends that they had in California. So they're going to say that they're voting blue, but they're secretly voting for Trump. It's like, come on, man, just when are we going to realize that people are like not doing what they're saying they're doing, you know? Just like figure it out, man. Like, ultimately, you could say that, or like maybe the border policy is lost in Texas. Because the Hispanics are tired of having their jobs taken by illegals who are coming over the border. Like, just listen to the people who are voting. It's so lame, man. But Reddit and Twitter said this, like, you're not paying attention. Like, most of these people are not on the internet who are voting, dude. They're like, man, my life sucks now. I'm gonna vote for change. Like, it's not much deeper than that. How'd that work? This didn't work again. Ugh. Yeah, that's all I gotta say is like, if you're surprised, you should be reading right now. If you're surprised by Trump winning in a landslide, you should definitely be reading right now. You should have an open mind and you should start reading different shit, listening to different people, and get a fuller perspective. That's my closing argument. But the amount of people who want to rationalize the way they think by vilifying their fellow Americans and saying that they're garbage or whatever is like... You're just gonna lose again. You're just gonna lose again, and that is bad for all of us because we're just gonna move closer and closer to a one-party system if there aren't two at least, like, understandable options, you know? We should have close elections. They shouldn't be landslides. Dude, honestly, I'm fucking down, man. Like, that'd just literally be the most, like, I get chills thinking about it. Trump versus Obama would be the craziest fucking shit ever, because that's literally what all this is about. Like, what are we getting in 2028? What are we getting in 2028? Somebody who supports Trump versus somebody who supports Obama. Like, it's Trump versus Obama no matter what. Just be based about it and do Trump versus Obama. That's literally where we're at now. I said this a week plus ago, before Twitter was saying it, like, no matter what, the next 20 years of politics will be Obamaism versus Trumpism. That's literally the state of American politics now. Because the Republicans just became so unlikable that Trump was just like, okay, let me just take this over. That's where we're at. Like you gotta see it for what it is, you know? But yeah, I agree. 4 more years of this and Trump is gonna be fucking too old. He'll be cooked. Dude, I'd be down for JD Vance versus Obama. Whatever, man. Like... Fine. I don't know. I just feel like that's just like... I understand why the term limit needs to be a thing, but like, that's like all politics is now, is like... Obama puppets versus Trump, and then when Trump's done, it's gonna be Trump puppets versus Obama puppets, and that's like what we're getting. Well, again, he won the election, so I don't think that Trump is going to prison. I don't think that's what's happening now, actually. You know. And by the way, Hillary Clinton is still a free woman. I'm just gonna put that out there. I don't think that Joe Biden's going to jail either. I don't think Hunter Biden's going to jail over this shit either. These people all suck. They're all crooked. They're all liars, but... ultimately, I think it's bad for the country to have people being jailed over politics. Or rather, jailing political opponents is bad for us. I think that looks really bad. I mean, Trump is a sore loser, but... yeah. Hillary's crooked and Joe Biden's crooked. They're all fucking suspect, but... I don't know, I just, like, my heart tells me that it's a bad idea to set the precedent of, like, okay, let's find something on these people and get them in jail so they can't run against me. I think that's just a bad idea. I don't think that's right. Well, then it just becomes a lawfare state. Like, people are just gonna be putting each other in jail because they disagree with each other. You gotta see how quickly that'd devolve, man. Yeah, what's up? I just can't, like, I can't statistically in my head work out being upset with half the country for the way they voted. I can't work it out in my head. Like, the only logical way to respond to that is be like, there's something I'm missing. Why don't I get it? You know? That's like the only way, especially if he won the popular vote in like every single swing state. It's like, how can you just like rationalize your beliefs after that? You have to at least be smart and be like, what's more likely? Half the country is stupid and evil, or I'm just missing something. What am I missing? Is like the first thing that I would think, you know? It's like, it's literally just a low IQ take. Like, you don't understand statistics if you think that 50% of the country is stupid, racist, and dumb. It's literally just low IQ. Like, it's just fucking impossible. It's like an impossible thing to actually believe. Isn't that, like, something that, like, excites you, though? Like, there's stuff that you don't understand. Like, there's information out there that you're not seeing. That you should try to look into. I mean, like, if Kamala won, I'd be saying the same exact thing, dude. Like, my opinion doesn't change. It's that people are just in their echo chambers, and if your side loses, you gotta do some thinking. Why'd they lose? Blaming people is not accountable. It's not accountability, and we're here because of lack of accountability. And it's infectious. Like, the reason why both of these candidates could get away with lying straight to your face is because of the lack of accountability that we have for everything that people say. If there's no accountability, it's just a fucking shit match. You just throw shit at people. And that's like literally what it's become. Like, remember that 2020 debate where they were just insulting each other the whole time? It's become so much about the dunk and not about, like, okay, my neighbors, friends, and family, half of them voted for this person. Why? I just think that Zoomers and Millennials are really immature. I don't think it has much to do with Trump. I think it's about our generation being coddled and not understanding how the world works. Yep, because that's what gets people to, again, like, we thought that's what gets people to vote, but apparently not. And, you know, we'll see what happens 4 years from now if we just go back to this shit, or we start debating issues. Yeah, thanks. A lot of us missed the early 2000s because of this shit, man. No secret. But yeah, I had Trump winning in 2016. 2020, it was a toss-up for me, but I still thought that Biden ran the better campaign. And this year, yeah, it was Trump, dude. It was no question, it was Trump. On the internet, maybe it felt different at times, but on the ground, you could feel it that Trump was going to win by a lot. You know, I've been pretty on point for the 3 elections that I've actually been old enough to actually have to pay attention to. I've at least been close, you know. You just gotta listen to people. Growing up is realizing that there are multiple valid perspectives. It's not good versus evil. It's not a storybook. It's not a Disney movie. And you know, if you want your side to win, you gotta acknowledge those perspectives. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot me. I mean, the fact that people thought that that was staged just like goes to show how fucking far gone people are. You don't stage that shit. And people died, by the way. Yeah, man, just graze my ear. Like, what the fuck are people on? Like, people who've never shot a gun or seen a gun get shot before, like... Yeah, this fucking random dweeb is the greatest sniper in the entire world. Like... Fuck off. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of those. As people are just living in their own worlds, man. It's just like we need to come back to reality. Nothing that gets people being honest like bad times, because you no longer have the privilege to live in your own world. The more delusional people are, the better things are going usually, because they actually have the privilege to be delusional. Most people can't afford that shit. I think that Joe Rogan would have been bad for her. She was kind of cornered there, because she looks bad for rejecting it, but she also just can't talk, dude. And like, yeah, I don't think that Trump sounded great on Rogan either, but at least he was sticking to the issues. Like, what's... I don't understand her messaging. Like, she said that she's gonna be different than Joe Biden, but she's also gonna, like... She was like 100% with him every step of the way to make herself seem presidential. Like, her messaging is not consistent. Like, at all, you know? They kind of backed themselves into a corner. And the whole like 60 minutes video being edited and like not releasing the whole thing. Like, Joe Rogan is her worst nightmare. It's not the fact that, like, she went on or didn't go on. It's just the fact that these podcasts where you can have conversations with people who just want to get to know you. Like, now, like, that's just going to be the standard now. Like, you have to get to know these politicians somewhat. With multi-hour, unedited footage. That's what people are going to expect now. It's just a paradigm shift. Like, people are just going to expect that from everybody now. It doesn't really have much to do with who got elected this time. It's just about how they got elected. Politics are changing. I guess like politics as like a singular entity is changing, is what you would say. English. Yeah, people, well, that's the thing is, like, they kind of fucked themselves, because she got the promo from SNL, right? They didn't offer it to Trump, they only offered it to her. To, like, bypass, you know, the law that you have to have equal screen time. So then Trump got the football ad, right? He got the 90-second football ad or whatever, which was probably more impactful than that. So, I don't know, it's like, it just feels like they try to play dirty and they fucked themselves. Not being straightforward about the issues. You know, let's just face it, they used lawfare to try and win as well. The rhetoric of just like vilifying half the country, it's like, it's not working, and I think that people should be happy that they lost because, you know, like, yeah, 4 years of Trump, okay, that could be a good thing or a bad thing, like, I get it, but imagine if they won off of those tactics, man. Not only would you see, like, the fucking Democrats doing more of what they're doing that the Democrats themselves, the voters, don't like. You probably see the Republicans shift to doing that shit too, and then it's a lying competition. I mean, one of the most disgusting things I saw on Twitter too is like people were just like claiming they were coming over the border to vote for Trump because like, yeah, they cheat. It's like when the bar goes lower, the bar got so low, I'm like, dude, if this becomes the standard, just like seeing how low you can go, like we're just fucking cooked, man. That's really what the problem is. I really, really hope that Trump does the right thing as president. I really, really hope that he doesn't let his ego fucking divide and attack people this time, man. Like, we really, really just need somebody who's just like a unifying voice for the country, regardless of who won. Because, again, like, the bar is in hell right now. The fact that people are bragging about coming over the border and voting for one candidate or the other, like, that's how bad things have gotten. Or it's like, well, they're doing it, so we should do it too. It's like, it's so bad, dude. Yeah, people are just crazy now. I really hope that the Democrats don't fucking lean into that rhetoric, man. I really hope they don't. And I hope that Trump doesn't either for that record, because they both kind of do it, but I think that the Democrats have been doing it so much that it became really obvious to people. Like, toward the end of this election cycle, there was like a hoax a day, man. And people just aren't buying it anymore. Start the steal. I missed that whole thing. I'm glad that I missed that whole thing, honestly, but I got some catching up to do. Exactly, because they thought like, oh, we'll just get rid of this guy and things will be back to normal, but they realize now they're not getting rid of him. Because it's just a political dynasty now. He's like Obama, but for the other side. Like, I think that this like, winning the popular vote, like, that's the one thing they had last time. It's like, he didn't win the popular vote. He must have cheated, and Hillary fucking complained about it for like 7 years, right? They don't have that anymore. They can't say that America didn't vote for him. Like, the people want Trump. Whether you like him or not. Your friends, family, and neighbors, half of them want Trump. So we'll see what happens now that, again, like, if Trump acts like a fucking baby, this all just goes to hell. But if the media starts treating him with respect, and Trump says, you know what, I'm not gonna rub it in their face, then I think we're doing fine. I think that things go back to normal. That's really what the problem is. Because, dude, even like Tim Walz was like saying on stage, like, is it going to be so nice not having to hear from him anymore? Which is just full-on delusion for two reasons. First of all, You think that Trump's just gonna disappear if he loses an election? Like the next candidate's not gonna be running with the endorsement of Donald Trump? You're absolutely out of your mind, first off. And second, like, do people really have, like, this, like, are people really just so privileged that they can vote based on what they're tired of seeing in the cable news cycle? Like, that's what you're voting on? I'm tired of hearing the media pick on Trump, so I'm gonna vote against him. That doesn't even make sense, dude. Like, it's literally just fucking delusion. These are not issues that people care about. They can get people to fucking bust to their rallies and fucking... Which, by the way, is that not obvious at this point that all these rallies that were pulling 100,000 people with, like, multiple time participants at them getting busted? Like, is it not obvious now they were busing in people to their rallies? The whole thing was bullshit, dude. And they're saying, like, oh, it's because she didn't have enough time to show herself to the country. Okay, well, she had 3 hours on Joe Rogan handed to her and she didn't take it. That's first of all. She chose SNL over Joe Rogan. You know, she could have just done that, by the way. It's just all bullshit. That's first of all. And second, again, like, I don't like Kamala Harris because of her history as a prosecuting attorney. You can look into that yourself. Again, it doesn't impact me, but you should look into that if you haven't looked into it already. But she's not a likable person. She wasn't a likable candidate. That's why she lost in 2020. She couldn't win the primary in 2020 because she was a horrible candidate. That's first of all. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't think that, like, people like hating on Kamala because she was like told that she has to take Joe Biden's place. Because the machine lied about Joe Biden being okay to run for president for fucking months up until that point, until they realized they couldn't lie anymore. It's not her fault. It's not her fault. Kamala is literally the kind of person who would cheat on a test just to make sure that she gets 100. And like, you could see that in her record with, like, she's literally willing to jail people. Just to keep her record clean. Like, I won this many times. She's honestly just as bad as Trump in that regard. Like, she doesn't like losing. They're both horrible in that regard. They really can't stand losing. Both, again, like, I think that there are risks that come with Trump, but I think that 4 more years of the same shit where we don't know who's making the decisions for our country is very scary, man. Because you know that Kamala shit was a last-second decision. Yeah, exactly. Like, again, like, there are a lot of people on Twitter from both sides of the aisle saying, like, 2020 looks really sus now because Joe Biden got 81 million votes, and, you know, people are, like, sus of that. They're saying, like, oh, maybe we really did rig it, but I don't know about that, man. I think the reason why people voted the way they did in 2020 is because people were stuck inside because of COVID, and that was something that impacted literally everybody. So people were paying attention. I think that's the reason why the voter turnout was the way it was. I do think that this most recent election was insanely secure because they had hundreds of thousands of poll watchers from the opposite side making sure that everything was done correctly, and people were suing and making sure that, like, everybody could vote on time, and this probably was the most fair election in the history of the country. It's gotta be, like, Trump won. Like, if people are questioning 2020, I get it. I still think that Joe Biden won in 2020. But it's obvious that Trump won this time. It couldn't be more obvious. He won fair and square. And if you don't like Trump, or I mean, like, most of us don't, I don't like Trump. I didn't like either of these candidates, you know? But for the people who really hate Trump and don't understand why he won, this is your time. You have 4 years to figure out why he won and what information you were missing. And if you find that in your research you still disagree with Trump's policies, you still don't want him to be president, or you know what I mean, like his next puppet to be president, because you know it's like the next president's going to be a Trump puppet, like the next presidential candidate on his side is going to be a puppet the next time. That's pretty much guaranteed at this point. It's just Obama puppet versus Trump puppet. You're deciding between those two. Over the next 4 years, if you realize, like, I was wrong, or I still don't like him, but I'm not, like, deranged anymore, you know. Because if you don't understand why half the country voted for him, you are deranged at this point. You have to at least understand, like, okay, this is where the conversation is, and I'm not a part of it, and I have to be a part of this conversation and make a more informed vote this time. And maybe your informed vote is still against him, sure. Absolutely, but I think a lot of people are just voting uninformed, and they get surprised when their friends and family vote for Trump. 2016, it was sus. I think a lot of people voted for him in 2016 just to stick it to the system because people didn't realize that we actually had it okay under Obama, and people were just, like, overreacting to how bad things were, you know? I think that was a big part of it. And Hillary was just fucking unlikable. Nobody likes the Clintons. They fucked up with the Clintons. They should have just went with Bernie. Everybody I know was saying the exact same thing. They just wanted Bernie. But that was just the beginning of the Democratic complacency arc when Obama couldn't run anymore and they were just trying to install more Obamas. So maybe I'm wrong, man. Maybe the next person who runs for president isn't like a Trump puppet. Who knows, man? But I think that's very likely the scenario. Yep, the Clintons did it to Bernie. Clinton / Obamas did it to Bernie, and then Obama did it to Joe Biden. I know there are conspiracy theories about who they voted for, but the Democrats should be more upset, dude. Because I feel like most people, most normal people who interact with humans and have friends and, you know, don't live in their little bubble, most people in the United States are a little right-leaning for economics and a little left-leaning for social issues. That's like the archetype of like the normal person. Most people are in that boat. So like, if all these people voted for Trump, you know, maybe Trump's not this alt-right like Nick Fuentes Nazi-type person that they're saying he is. You have to at least be awake to that at this point. He's still a Republican. He's gonna oppose things like full-on abortion at any point in the development of the kid. Like, he's gonna oppose things like that. He's gonna be for the strong borders and, you know, that kind of stuff. That's kind of just like the signature of that party, but I think that Trump leans a lot more left on a lot of things that people realize if you actually listen to him talk. Like, he really is a moderate candidate. He's just tired of the bullshit, you know? Or at least that's like the message of his campaign, you know? And I think that a lot of people in America are tired of the bullshit, so that's why he won. And if I sat on here and like said anything else, like I'd literally be delusional for saying anything else, because he won the popular vote too, so it's probably the most secure and fair election we've ever had, and he also won the popular vote, so like what can you really say? I mean, I live in New Jersey. New Jersey had a 5% margin, which is insane for a state that's usually as blue as California. To have a 5% margin like that is actually insane. So I think now it's just time to be reality. Time to be in reality. Yeah, I mean 5%'s not close in terms of flipping, but the fact that it got closer, like New Jersey could be in play next time. I think what they have to realize, like, if New Jersey flips red, like if they keep to this rhetoric that like Trump is evil and everybody who votes for Trump is either stupid or evil or racist, like if they stick to that shit and they just install another Clinton Obama candidate next time, New Jersey is in play. Like that's the stakes here. It's, like I see it on the ground here. Trump signs everywhere. Fucking everywhere. Trump signs. Everybody in New Jersey in these like rural suburban areas, they wanted Trump. It was obvious from the ground that Trump was gonna do well here, but maybe not win, which is exactly what happened. Yeah, man. So either they just lean into it. I don't think they can lean into it because, like, like Rogan's podcast like really helped turn a lot of people to their side. So it's like what they either do is they lean further into the propaganda, but they do it through like podcasts and stuff. Like they start paying people like Hassan and so forth to like talk on their behalf. That could be what happens. Or they just say we need a change in leadership. One of those two things happen. Because it seems like the right wing owns alternative media right now. Like Twitter, YouTube, the podcast space, like everything except for like Twitch basically is pretty much just like owned by the right at this point. Like moderates and right wing. Right, I mean like when I say like far right wing, I mean like Rumble and Kick. But YouTube is like pretty moderately right, and Twitter is honestly like really centrist. Like you can get information from like everything, every opinion everybody has on there right now. I'm not a Twitter hater anymore. It was a weird transition with like things breaking and like weird decisions being made. I still don't like the whole like block shit that he's doing, but I do think that Twitter is far more usable now. Also, Orion, thanks for the 65 months. Trump ran the greatest campaign of our lifetime. I don't think it gets better than that. He's an entertainer, and the fact that he got shot, like, you can't fucking replicate that shit, dude. Like, we witnessed history this time, man. He couldn't lose, and, like, I think it just goes to show, like, how echo-chambered people are. To not be worried about, like, the direction that the Democrats are going in with this campaign, and, like, doubling down on it instead of, like, trying to stick to the issues. But like, to be fair, that's all they had. That's all they had was you know, rhetoric, because people aren't happy with the way things have been going the last 4 years. I don't think that Obama was a bad president. James, thanks for the 71 months. I'm not an Obama hater. I'm a Bush hater. I don't like George Bush. I don't like the Cheneys. I like Obama. Trump, I'm inclined not to like him, but I want to give him a chance. I want to give him a chance for 4 years. And, God, I fucking can't stand Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden, he's just too old. But I also don't like him. And Kamala is just like never. Fucking never, dude. Never in my life. Thank God, dude, honestly. They should have fucking picked Tulsi Gabbard in 2020. I don't know if Tulsi could have beaten Trump in 2020, but Tulsi maybe could have beaten him this time. Dude. And like, people should, like, I really hope that people can just, like, accept that, like, never Kamala in 2024 is far more reasonable than never Trump in 2020. It's just objective reality. Objective reality is like you are more justified in saying like this person wasn't even like voted on. I'd be pissed, dude. As a Democrat, I'd be fucking pissed. And you know, if they I hope that people realize that they're not going, like, they shouldn't lean into this shit. They shouldn't lean into, like, whatever the fuck they're saying about Trump or Americans or whatnot. Like, they really need to wake up and be like, this isn't working anymore. We have to do something. We have to reinvent this party now. They're too far left of center at this point. And, like, I've heard from my Democrat friends for years, like, it's mostly just the crazy people like AOC and whatnot who are saying all these like far left things, but I don't think that's true anymore, man. If you're calling somebody who's a moderate economic right and moderate social left or center like a far right extremist, your party is far left at this point. And that's why they lost. Again, I'm just the messenger. That's what I'm observing. They gotta come back to center. Like, Americans aren't buying it. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I'd be okay with, I don't, there's no current politician that I would like to be president. honestly. Because I just don't like politicians and I don't like celebrities on principle. I don't like any of these kinds of people. A lot of these people are just trained, like they go to school to be politicians and they just get sold to us, which is, you know, is concerning. So there's no particular candidate that I'd probably ever say. Like, I can't see myself ever endorsing a candidate on my stream. I can't see that ever happening. But I think that's the way that most people should be, unless they're politicians. The fact that people who hardly know anything about politics, like myself, are endorsing candidates is wild, like where we've gotten to. Like, I don't want to fucking vote based on who Taylor Swift or Eminem are voting on, and Hulk Hogan, like, who fucking cares, dude? Like, this is all just a bunch of bullshit. If a policymaker and somebody who's actually, like, been in office and held office endorses somebody, that's different. But, like, what the fuck does fucking wrestler, what does a wrestler know about this shit? Nobody likes Taylor Swift, dude. Let me just, like, put that out there. That is just a large cult. That is a cult. Whoever the scum votes. That's the only thing that I know about the NBA that makes me fully informed. Well, Mickey is a fraud. Dude, my posture is so bad from sitting in those chairs for 2 days practicing the game. I thought that my run went pretty well, honestly. Like, the graveyard at the end was a bit of a flop, but I thought it went okay. It could have almost been a 44. I thought it went fine. And the commentary was really, really fun for Cosmic Shake and Rehydrate. I fucking love the SpongeBob community right now. Like the main voices and leaders. There was a little bit of a thing going on in the Cosmic Shake Discord that we had to take care of, but like the people who are actually presenting these games and speedrunning them at events, like, I'm really enjoying, like, working with, like, Punch Shot and Kaons on this stuff. It's been good. Yeah. It's been really good. I like seeing people show up to events, like seeing the crowd. The crowd for SpongeBob is getting bigger and bigger. You know, I mean, like, to contend with a live crowd like Minecraft, right? We had, like, just as many people in the crowd for Battle for Bikini Bottom as Minecraft did for, like, being one of the biggest speedruns, right? They gotta do something about the ads, yeah. It's really terrible. They're really obsessed with maximizing their revenue in a live setting. For VODs, because YouTube also adjusts VODs for, like, how often you're willing to watch ads, I'm okay with that. Like, spam ads on your VODs, that's fine. But the live, like, you should not be spamming your viewers with ads when they're live, especially when, like, you're representing communities that are like flying out to show their games. You should at least have the courtesy of lowering the ads when they're donating to your event to support your charity as well. I don't think they realize, like, how turned off people are from watching Pace because of the ads. And I'm gonna talk to him about that too. It's like you're punishing the community. Kamala asked if she couldn't separate from Biden and Biden represented inflation. I think that's part of it, but I think that the bigger part is that the messaging wasn't clear. Because, like, sorry, my neck is hurting, but you can look at it the opposite way where, like, the economy was good under Trump and it only got bad under COVID. And Biden still won, right? Maybe people just have fucking low attention spans, but I think that the economy wasn't really the only issue. It's just Kamala had this mixed message, or I guess the people who were telling Kamala what to say had this mixed message of, like, we're not gonna disavow Joe Biden. We stand by everything that he did because things have been good for the last 4 years, which, you know, most people don't feel that way. But she also has to run on change and hope and all this shit that Obama ran on. And you can't run on that when you're the incumbent person. Like, she's vice president, like, she was in charge of the border. And again, like, People who don't understand what's going on the ground, people who aren't affected by the people who aren't of the ethnicity that along the border they're caring about these issues, right? It's just people shouting at ethnic groups saying, vote this way because we said so. But on the ground, like, if you're a first or second generation Hispanic who's having your job taken by somebody who just came over, like, you're gonna vote for the best interests of your family because it's like either it's do or die, you know. Like, do they want to be in America where they can't work, or do they want to go, like, if, worst case scenario than America where they can't get jobs, or other worst case scenarios they get sent back to Mexico, right? Like it seems like Trump is a risk. Like most people feel like Trump was a risk, but with Kamala you're not getting a risk, but you know things are just going to be just as bad or worse. But again, as far as the messaging goes, like I think that Joe Biden won in 2020 just solely off of messaging because he was calling for unity and saying that he'd be the president for all Americans, and like he didn't follow through on that promise, and Kamala was saying the same thing, and I think people remember that it didn't work out that way last time. That that's not what Joe was doing this time, or that you know what I mean. Like the same message, the Obama messaging and the Biden messaging wasn't hitting this time, and she couldn't separate herself from Biden, but she also couldn't disavow it, and she had to take credit for stuff to make herself seem presidential and experienced. And it's like, I just feel bad for her because she's literally just the fucking like nerd, like the school nerd who studies for tests to get 100s but doesn't like truly synthesize and understand the information. Like she's just being told what to say. She's that archetype. She's just doing what she was told. So I can't hate her for those reasons. I don't like her because of her record as a prosecuting attorney. And that's a totally different thing that you can look into yourself, but that's a big reason why she was so unpopular in 2020. But that's the thing, is I can't tell if it's because of people's attention spans, because they seem to forget that. I don't even know if it's because they forget things. It's like they're being told that this person is gonna like save America from Trump or whatever the narrative was. So all of a sudden people just suddenly liked her. But you could tell if you were listening to the ground, nobody actually really likes her. They were all just talking about Trump. Nobody was saying like, oh, she's so great. The fact that Trump has people who say that he's great, like, again, I'm not in that camp personally, but the fact that he has fans and people who do like his policies 100%, and they are like MAGA or whatever, like he has people like that who are like radically on his side, and then of course, like, you know, the average person is just gonna go with the person who actually like is like more close to the center, just because that's just how America votes. And sure, like the rest of the world is definitely like more to the left than America is. Like America, like even like moderate politicians are like more far right than like the average person in the world, but I don't fucking care. Like, this is America. I don't care about how fucking Europeans are voting. I don't give a shit about that. We literally saved Europe after World War II. Like, what we're doing is working. For some reason, it's working. Like, I fucking don't care about this talking point of like, oh, well, AOC is like, you know, only a little bit left compared to Europe. Like, I don't fucking care about Europe. I don't care. It's America. Americans vote. Most powerful and wealthy country in the entire world. Most influential country in the entire world. If we do better, the rest of the world does better. It's like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, fuck you, Fuzzy. Fucking. Basically, I'm saying this. Yeah, like, shut the fuck up, Canada. Just shut up already. You guys have Trudeau. Get that sorted out before you want to rejoin the conversation. Figure that shit out, man. Like, come on. Is anybody else tired of this shit? Like, pretending? How's it going, man? We can't pretend anymore. Like, you just have to admit, most people wanted Trump. It is what it is. if you're in the camp where he's like the worst person in the world, you gotta just start reading. You gotta start reading. You gotta see the information that people are seeing that you're not seeing. And in 4 years we come back to the table and we figure out what went wrong, and hopefully both parties put up better candidates next time. That's all you can really do. I'm just the messenger. I think it's good for all of us that we don't have Kamala Harris versus Trump again or anything like that. Everybody's saying, like, how did we get here? How did we get such horrible candidates? Like, because nobody talks. That's the problem. People are afraid to talk, and nobody wants to research what the other side is listening to or hearing. And that's the reason why we end up where we are. We're like, people are shocked that Trump won. And like, I just don't think there's any pretending anymore. Like, if the other side wants to lean more into the rhetoric and whatever they're saying about Trump and whatnot, like, they're forced to respect him now because he won the popular vote. They're forced to work with him and respect him again because it's no longer a question. Like, he lost the popular vote in 2016, he lost in 2020, but this time he won, and it's like, regardless of whether you like him or not, you have to work with him, you know? And I think that most sane people, regardless of whatever side you're on, like, you want the president to do well so we can all do well. Because we're at the point, if the president doesn't do well, it's World War III. So, you gotta be careful, you know. Start reading, start listening, you know. A lot of your Democratic neighbors voted for Trump. So, even if you don't like Trump and you don't agree with him, you should still be willing to challenge your views. And if you still end up voting against whatever Trump puts into the candidacy next time, like, at least you know that you tried, you know. And then you can see the other half of the country as being humans with opinions instead of like hating half the country. That's the only way you're gonna keep yourself sane for the next 4 years and the next 4 years after that, because you can't keep falling into this trap of thinking that everybody's terrible. I mean, I think that any reasonable person would be terrified regardless of who won. The world's in a bad place right now. But again, like, we tend to fear things that we don't understand. I think if you're scared over Trump winning, the best thing you can do is start listening to people on the opposite side of the aisle. And if you still disagree, and if you still don't like it, at least you know, like, you're more informed now. Because I think the only way to think that, like, everything was going to be great if this one person got elected and everything's going to be horrible if this other person got elected, like, you have to read more about what the other side's doing, you know? Especially if the other side won. You gotta be willing to challenge your views. Because the reason why we're so divided right now is because nobody wants to challenge their views, and they just want to try hard to rationalize what they're thinking. There's a lot of rationalization and not a lot of thinking going on. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing it that the other half of the country is stupid or terrible or whatnot. Like, it doesn't make me feel good. Because you know statistically, like, you have to be low IQ to think that 50% of the country is stupid or evil. It's not statistically possible. Like, the percentage of people who are psychopathic and do want to vote in the worst interests of being like racist and whatnot is so, it's even more unlikely than half the country being stupid. It's even more unlikely than that. And then of course, like, you know, 50% of people being literally stupid and the other 50% being smart is just as insane. Like, you have to realize that people are getting their information from different places. And if you don't see that, especially when the other candidate won the popular vote, like, you have to be willing to challenge your views. So your side can come back stronger next time. Otherwise, you'll just lose again. And that's like, it is what it is. Like, the rhetoric's not winning votes anymore. The rhetoric is not winning votes like it was in 2020 and 2016. Rhetoric won Trump the vote in 2016. Rhetoric won Biden the vote in 2020. But now, because the internet is free and people can talk about things on podcasts and whatnot, more and more people are moving away from legacy slash cable media, whatever you choose to call it, into the more streaming space. Like, you're getting all different opinions and hearing all different people with platforms talk about these things, and the rhetoric coming from the politicians who are running for the office has become less and less relevant. And that's another reason why I'm surprised that, like, again, people were saying, like, oh, like, Joe Rogan should have been so happy to have Kamala offering 40 minutes. Like, he doesn't need Kamala Harris. He doesn't need politicians. Like, the politicians need the people now. That's the reason why I'm excited for the future, regardless of the way that you feel about Trump or whatnot. Like, you should be happy that the power is back in the hands of the people this time. Because all the fucking media pundits and politicians spewing all this bullshit about each other, it didn't move anything. It had no influence on this vote. It's just all people talking about how they're feeling, what's going on with them personally, and voting accordingly. Like, we're back. We are back, regardless of whether you like Trump or not. We are back. People are talking again. Dude, like, saying that Trump had no ground game, when I'm living in a deep blue state and seeing Trump signs everywhere, I'm like, okay, they lost the plot. Like, there's no way that they actually think that, right? There's no fucking way they believe that shit. Yeah, Joe Rogan was like Fear Factor, comedian, UFC guy, commentary, but now he's like the podcast guy, yeah. I mean, like, how do you think he got there, you know? Joe Rogan's the man who went through puberty 2 times. When you see him on Fear Factor, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, he's not... Joe Rogan is just a dude who just talks to people now. And, like, I think he's earned it at this point, but... He's not like an Anderson Cooper. He's not like a Brett Baer. He's not like interviewing people and like interrogating them. The whole point is that he's just talking to people so you can get to know them. That's the whole premise of his podcast. I used to listen to it a lot back in like 2021 maybe. And like a lot of the criticism that Rogan gets is that he doesn't push back on like the conspiracy theorists and people who say all sorts of crazy shit. And like it's spreading disinformation or whatever. But like the point is that like if you let people talk, and these people, like, come across as crazy to people who think for themselves, like, they just come off as crazy, you know? Like, when you got, like, Alex Jones talking about all the crazy shit that he says, you gotta assume that people think for themselves and realize, like, holy shit, like, this guy actually is crazy. Like, it just shows people for who they are when they're just, like, talking for 3 hours, you know? That's the whole idea. You need some kind of media where, like, people aren't, like, prepared to speak and they just talk. Like, that transparency and not, like, being afraid that Rogan's gonna push back on you when you say some crazy shit is the reason why, you know, that kind of a medium needs to exist so people can just talk and expose themselves or talk and advocate for themselves. That's, like, that's the whole point of the show, and that's why it's so popular, because it shows, even if it's, like, good or bad, like, it shows transparency that you don't get in a lot of other spots. Because a lot of these podcasts are just like the Tim Pool or like Charlemagne types. They clearly have an agenda they're trying to push, but I mean I think it speaks a lot when like a liberal guy like Joe Rogan is voting and endorsing Donald Trump. Like that means that people have lost the plot. Joe Rogan is not a fucking right-wing conspiracy theorist, dude. He just lets people who have those opinions talk because he wants to hear about what people are thinking. Like, I don't think he buys into a lot of that stuff. I think he just lets people talk. Yeah, I don't dislike Rogan. Yeah. Tim Pool, I mean, admittedly, I don't know too much about him. I just kind of hear what people are saying about him. But, yeah. I tend to lean against that guy as well. Let's just put it that way. You know. Yeah, the PA stuff is crazy. And as it turns out, he didn't even need it to win. Like, at the end of the night, I'm like, okay, let's see you're a person who's buying into the conspiracy that the 2020 election was stolen, right? Like, let's say, like, that's true. What are they gonna do? Send ballots to Alaska? Like, they can't win. It was over. And, like, I think that... Who the fuck... Who was the guy who was saying this? I kept seeing the take, like, I hope the election is a landslide. Like, that's... Like, we needed a landslide in one direction or the other to snap people back to reality. Because, like, 2016, it was like, ooh, he lost the popular vote. 2020 was like, oh, it's rigged. But now it's like, okay. Like, there's nothing you can say to this shit. You can't really say it like it wasn't fair. You know? Yeah, but like, this is like, I'm really excited for the future, man. Because like, even if Trump fucks up for the next 4 years, as long as he doesn't fuck up so much that people have a reason to keep leaning into the whole, like, Hitler shit and demonizing people who voted, and, like, I think it depends, like, the ball's in Trump's court. If Trump does a good job, people are forced to respect him. If Trump does a bad job, though, I think that the Democrats need to be the bigger people in the situation and not demonize people for voting for him if he does a bad job. Like, first and foremost, though, like, Trump has to succeed. That's the only way that the country gets back on track, is if Trump does a good job. Because then the media is forced to respect him. And that's how we get back to normal conversations, is like, these are people who disagree with me, but we can be civil. That's the only way we can get back to it. If Trump fails and he gives people a reason to keep leaning into this rhetoric, that's like, we could end up in a worse spot than we were like a week ago, let's just say. Because I feel like the vibes changed now. The air has changed quite a bit. Because the past 2 elections, there was, you know, somewhat of a valid argument that, like, most of the country doesn't want this person. You know, there was a fair argument from both sides that, like, the candidate who's currently representing me does not represent the majority of America. But now you can't say that. You have to admit that Trump represents the majority of people in the country now. And if you don't know why that is, you gotta start reading, man. These echo chambers aren't gonna work anymore. The echo chamber couldn't get Kamala Harris elected. It's not gonna work in 2028 if Trump does a good job. Which I'm hoping he does do a good job, because I want to do well, man. We all want to do well. I'm really hopeful, man. I'm rooting for Trump this time around. I want him to do well. I think that's what needs to happen to get back on track here. If Trump does well, then his opponents are forced to respect him because they can't run against him on, you know, like, the rhetoric anymore, because people are going to like him more if he does well. I think that's exactly what we need. Even if you really don't like Trump, you know, I think you still have to be rooting for him, you know. Well, if he doesn't do well, then we're just going to end up back in the situation that we're at now. People just hate each other and shit. I think he has to do well. I want him to do well. I think that's the only logical perspective you can have, is like, at the end of the day, even if, you know, this person that I don't like won the election, like, I hope that he does well. Or you just move to a different... Well, you can't escape America. You move to a different country. Everything that we do is going to impact you anyway, so there's no escape from it. I'm just happy that there was a landslide in one way or the other. Like, somebody needs to do reflecting. Like, one side needs to do reflecting and come back more to the center, and I think that's the key here. Is like, regardless of who won, it's a reality check for the other side. At least as far as winning votes is concerned. It's a reality check for a lot of people. Yeah, I miss when politics was not the centerpiece of every conversation or the lens everybody's looking through to talk about whatever they're talking about. So, as just a regular dude who plays a game on the internet, I want Trump to do well. I want, ideally by the end of his term, I hope that he has a positive approval rating and people like him. So, that's what I'm hoping for, is that he does a good job. Because that's like literally what's best for us in terms of like, you know, us literally doing well, but I think that it can bring political discourse back to a civil place if Trump actually does prove people wrong and he has a good second term. Whether that's likely to happen, like, you know, that's obviously you guys can argue amongst yourselves in a separate place. I don't want to have that conversation here. But I think what's best for everybody is that the current sitting president, regardless of who it is doing well. And one side can learn to have a civil conversation with the other. Because honestly, both sides were not civil this time, but I really do think that the left leaned a lot into rhetoric much more than Trump did. You could say that Trump's promises are bullshit and that, like, he's, again, like, lying, like, exaggerating about a lot of things, but he was still talking about issues even if it wasn't fully accurate what he was saying. I feel like a lot of the other campaign wasn't even talking about issues. It's just, like, running for hope and change on a platform that you're the incumbent in. It's like, it doesn't even make any sense. So yeah, like, we're cooked, but, like, I'm hoping that he does a good job. That's how I'm feeling right now. I think most people are just saying we're cooked no matter what. But I think that the one thing that we have, like, we were getting shit no matter what, but the one thing that we do have is that people are forced to admit that they were wrong about how the media was portraying this, and which things mattered and which things don't matter in the election. It's going to force people to actually reflect and figure out why their side didn't win this time. So I'm hoping that, you know, I'm really hoping that the red side doesn't get complacent. I'm really hoping that Trump doesn't just, like, feed into his ego and, like, rub it in people's faces and divide people. I hope that he does a good job. Yeah, the ball is in Trump's court to do the right thing, and I hope that he does the right thing. Whether we can believe he will or not, I'm staying optimistic, but it really falls on Trump and his team to actually win people over. Because if that doesn't happen, then we're just going right back to the way things have been the past 8 years. Yeah, like, we're forced at a standoff. It's like either you defend your political beliefs to the point where you think that, like, one side is just evil, right? If you're in that, then, like, you hate half your friends and family. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not gonna work anymore. Like, aren't you tired of being miserable? Aren't you tired of the fucking media, like, turning you against your friends and family? Like, who's tired of this shit, man? I'm tired of it. I mean, the big talk on the street, again, like, I don't want to get too into this stuff, but the big contentious thing, because I thought that Trump's economic plan and Kamala's economic plan are both flimsy. They both don't make a lot of sense. But there are echo chambers about what a tariff is and what it isn't. How it encourages people to buy one product, or how it impacts the consumer. I'm just going to say, most of these people who are talking about these things are not economic experts. I'm not an economic expert, so I'm not qualified to talk on these things. I have a fiduciary who personally, he says that, you know, when Trump gets elected, he's going to deregulate a lot of things that are going to cause the stock market to go up and interest rates to go down. I'm of the personal opinion that regardless of who gets elected, the interest rates are going to go down anyway. Those are one of the issues that's important to me, is how the economy is going to do. But I really don't think that there was going to be much of a difference between Kamala and Trump with the economy. I feel like we'd still be on the same track. Like, at worst, all the changes Trump wants to make, if he actually does end up going through with them, could cause a crash immediately, and then maybe things could get better. But I feel like with Kamala, like, we're just going to get more inflation. And these, like, again, like Ukraine, like, Trump has been pretty clear. He wants to end that. I don't think that, like, either of these candidates talked a lot about Israel, but the point is, like, I really don't think that the economy is going to be much different regardless of who won, you know? But we'll see. I mean, a lot of this shit's just blowing smoke. Like, policy is a weird thing in presidential candidacy, because a lot of it's just like debate, you know? A lot of it's just signaling to people, like, this is like the direction that I'm going in, versus like literally, you know, putting a tariff on every foreign good, or you know, taxing unrealized capital gains. Like, these are not like literal things that are necessarily going to happen. You know, like building a wall. Like, Obama was fucking starting the wall, and Trump hardly built any of it. And then Kamala said she supported the wall. You know, it's like, you're not really voting for policies. You're voting for signals. You know, you're voting for signals. But at the end of the day, like, policy signaling is much better than virtue signaling. And that's the reason why Trump won, because he was signaling political, like policy virtues instead of, like, morality virtues, if that makes sense. Because people aren't voting based on morality, unless you're, like, fucking 19. Unless you're, like, 19 and you're voting for Jill Stein. Like, nobody's voting on morality here. Like, most of America isn't, I mean. So yeah, it's all signaling. Like, we don't know what Trump is gonna do. We don't know what Kamala would have done. We'll just have to see. And it's like, I hope that whoever wins, you know, regardless of whether Trump won or not, I want to do well. We all want to do well. You know? The fact that people don't want a certain candidate to do well just to prove that they were right tells you a lot about how good we have it in America, by the way. If you can afford to think that way, we have it pretty fucking good, you know? But yeah, I agree we shouldn't be complacent. We should be aware, and, like, keeping an eye on potential areas of decline and whatnot. But America is still the best place in the world to live. That's why I'm not leaving. Again, Absol, I felt the same way about what Kamala was saying that she's going to do, because the stock market impacts me, and what is more likely to happen, most things aren't going to change, but just the mere signal that Kamala was saying she was going to tax people making over $100,000 on unrealized capital gains. It's the same thing as Ninja leaving Twitch. Like, you may not like Ninja and so forth, but he brings a lot of people into this platform, right? Back in the day. If Warren Buffett is withdrawing his stocks, and all these big companies are withdrawing their stocks because they don't want to get hit with a capital gain, an unrealized capital gains tax, it's going to affect the stock market in a way that negatively impacts me. And there are a lot of people who are voting just based on that issue, right? So, again, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, back to the signaling, right? Do I think that Kamala Harris was actually going to impose a tax on unrealized capital gains? No, I don't think that at all. Do I think that it would even get past the House and Senate if she tried to do it? No. Like, realistically speaking, that was not happening. I feel the same way about Trump's extreme position on tariffs, right? It's not gonna happen, but it signals to his voter base that, like, he doesn't want to tax people. He wants other countries to, you know, suffer for dumping certain products into the US, which forces consumers to think twice about buying them, which forces companies to respond to that and bring their manufacturing back to the United States, which grows the economy because there's more being produced here. A country's GDP is entirely dependent, mostly at least, on how much it's producing. So Trump's idea is like, okay, we take a hit by imposing tariffs, so that way, maybe for a little bit, like, people are being forced to buy American products, or at least thinking twice about it. And then companies that are leaving the US come back to the US. That's the whole idea. Whether you think it's going to work or not, I'm not an economist, but I will say that I don't think it's going to play out the way that he's campaigning. I don't think that a lot of these policies are going to make it into law or anything like that. I don't think that it's going to actually happen that way. But as somebody who invests in the stock market, what I will tell you, my stocks went way up today because a lot of people were voting, a lot of people were waiting for it to see if Kamala will get elected to decide whether they were going to go in on the stock market or not. Because most experts say that we're going to have a soft landing. Again, like, I'm personally somebody who actually did well with Joe Biden. Joe Biden was actually, like, his economy, except for the inflation, which you could argue was because of COVID or whatever. Aside from that, like, Joe Biden's stock market was really, really good for me. So, what I'm saying is, like, we were headed for a soft landing regardless of who won. But a lot of people were waiting to either put into the stock market or were selling in panic based on the policies that Kamala was saying about the stock market and, like, unrealized capital gains. Like, the stock market is affected by that. So the fact that people aren't selling off right now and people are putting more in right now is good for the investment class, because people see the stock market, like, they're not afraid, is what I'm trying to say. A lot of this stuff is driven on fear. Like, your vote's driven on fear, the stock market's driven on fear, the housing market is somewhat driven on fear. A lot of this stuff is just what people think the candidates are gonna do, you know? And, like, me, I gotta buy a house, man. Like, I'm ready to get my life started. I'm ready to get, you know, in the next few years, I'm going to be, like, adjusting my priorities. I still want to keep this game around forever. I love you guys. I love the fan base. I love the events that we go to. I want to keep this going as long as I possibly can. But my priorities are going to be shifting over the next few years. I'm going to be going into my 30s. And I want to be able to buy a house. And I'm self-employed / investment class, you know? I need a massage, dude. Ugh. I'm self-employed / investment class. And I think that a lot more people, especially millennials, fall into that same group where we're not working employment jobs anymore. Like, a lot of us work for ourselves now. And I would love to see how this played out, but I saw a lot of young people voting for Trump this time. And I think that, again, you have to look at the policies they're pushing as rhetoric. Like, Trump didn't actually finish a wall and make Mexico pay for it. You know, they're signaling the direction they want the country to go in. That's the idea, is, like, you're not literally voting for things that they're going to do. You're voting on these extreme virtues that they're signaling about policy. So yeah, I don't think that Trump is going to be as extreme with the economy as he's saying he's going to be. If anything, it's going to have to be a slow process if he wants to eventually get there. And in 4 years, there's not enough time to do it if there's a slow process, and if people are doing better, then they're going to probably vote for him again, or, you know what I mean, like, they're going to be voting for Trump or Obama, whoever's standing in for them, basically. There's not enough time, and, like, even though Trump fucking says a lot of stupid shit and flies off the handle with the way he talks, I don't think that he's a stupid person. I really don't think that he's, like, deep down a really stupid person. I don't think he's stupid enough to impose all the dumb shit that he was saying he would immediately do, like, straight into office. I think that his priority when he gets into office is end the wars. I think that's his main thing. Trump is just like an 80s guy who really does not like war, and Honestly, man, I think that's the most important issue right now. Because, yeah, we had a lot of inflation under Biden, but we honestly didn't do that bad with him, I don't think. The big thing is war with Trump, and again, it could be that there's no way out of it, but I think a lot of people are willing to take the chance, you know? The off chance that World War III is not a thing. He is the most anti-war candidate of my lifetime. Like, for sure. He really does not like war. If you listen to him talk, you can tell that he really doesn't want war. That's one of the things that bothers me about the other side is like they talk about like Putin and Xi like they're like these like enemies, like we're at war with them already, but like that's just not smart diplomacy. Like yeah, like deep down like Trump wants the United States to do better than Russia and China, but like he's not talking about them like they're not human beings, you know what I mean? That's just not a very mature view of the world, you know? I can't tell you whether Trump will handle it well. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, I think he's a good candidate, or I can't say that like in good conscience that like Trump was a good candidate for the United States, but I think what is good is that people are, you know, the person who won the popular vote and all the swing states in an election that is the most like secure watched election of all time, like it forces people to evaluate, you know, and it also just puts the ball in like Trump's court, is that he has to do a good job. I think he knows the stakes of what he has to do. If he doesn't understand the stakes, I think again like Vivek is kind of like a used car salesman kind of guy. I don't fully trust him, but I think that Vivek is at least smart enough to tell him, like, this is, like, the most important 4 years that you could possibly have right now to, like, make sure this works, you know? And I don't think that his cabinet is going to be stupid enough to be like, yeah, just fucking throw all these tariffs around and crash the economy. Like, I don't think that his cabinet's going to let him do that. Because, like, Trump is not the kind of person, I don't think he's the kind of person who puts his ideas into action without like talking to people and getting his opinions from like experts that he hires. He's literally just a businessman, right? Like he has his virtue signaling of like which policies he thinks is gonna work, but he's taking opinions from people who are alongside him. I'd be more worried about Elon Musk than I'd be worried about Trump. I'd be more worried about Elon Musk and how seriously Trump is taking him. Because that is a valid concern. That's a valid concern that like Elon's gonna be like some kind of a ghost president, because like Trump just like glazes the fuck out of him and he's like, Elon is a genius, he's one of the great geniuses, like, but like most people who have common sense don't actually think that, you know? Like Elon is much more of a concern than Trump is. And while I appreciate that RFK is willing to question things like vaccines, I'm a little nervous about his public health policy, and I hope that he's not in a position where he can actually make any kinds of changes like that. I think it's good that he questions things, but I wouldn't trust him, like, as far as, like, policy concerns. I think that he's a little bit out there. He's a little bit out there, and again, like, removing fluoride from water, you're supposed to filter your water. You get the water with the fluoride so parasites don't grow in it, and you filter it so you can drink it. That's what you're supposed to do. And the net negative of taking fluoride out of the water is so much worse than just like, oh, they're drinking fluoride. Like, I'd rather have the majority of the population drinking fluoride than drinking parasites. I think that's a pretty agreeable take. You know? Like, bacteria grows in water. It doesn't matter, like, how much you clean it. Like, there are microbes in the water that multiply if you don't sterilize it. And, like, that's the reason why, like, if you're in the know, if you're awake, you have a water filter. You got that reverse osmosis. You got that, like, Brita or whatever Brita's pretty mid, but, like, it's still fine. Like, you know how to take care of your water if you're in the know. I like that RFK wants to talk more about the things that we're doing wrong, but I think that he is, like, severely biased against like medical technology and like vaccines, and I think that Elon and RFK are a bigger danger than Trump is in this situation. Those are the primary things I'm worried about. I think that Vivek is smart. I think that Tulsi Gabbard is fantastic, but I'm a little worried about those two. Yeah, RFK, he kind of is a dumbass, but like at least he's willing to ask questions. It's the same way I feel about Trump. Like, he's a dumbass, but like at least he's willing to ask questions and like listen to people. Like, the Trump presidency entirely depends on who he's listening to. And like, it's really just like Elon world, dude. Like, we're literally living through Elon world right now. That's what's going on right now. It's like, when I really like deconstruct the whole thing, it's a matter of like what Elon thinks and does. If you really think about it, which is definitely concerning. But I think to some degree Elon is very insecure and he cares a lot about what people think, and it's kind of like a Trump situation where like his ego is not gonna let him make decisions in the worst interests of the country. I think that he cares too much about what people think of him to outwardly make decisions that like primarily benefit him or like anybody who's like giving him money or so forth. Like, I think that he cares way too much about what people think of him. That's a big reason why he bought Twitter, I think. Like, when you really get down to the root of it, I think he's very insecure. And again, like, Trump is in a similar boat where I think he cares way too much about people thinking that he's a good president to be a bad president. In his own power, because if he, like, again, the incompetence is what you should really be worrying about. I think that, again, that these politicians, like, they're still politicians and celebrities and businessmen. They can't be trusted fully, but I think that there's, like, at least, like, a vested interest in, like, the fact that these people do have a bit of insecurity deep down. Yeah, exactly. I think that some of Elon's policy changes on Twitter are actually really good, but it's definitely questionable how much of the people he cut from Twitter and like how fucked up the site was for like a good like year and a half before things started to get better. I think the Twitter's fine now. But yeah, like the blocking thing is stupid, and I hope he rolls that back now that like Trump won the election, which is my prediction, is that like he's gonna allow people to go back to the old way of blocking since he won the election. Is like he was only doing that just so you could see both sides of the argument, which translates to pushing Trump propaganda onto people. But you know, that's like. I mean, that's where we're at, man. The bar is very low at this point. The bar is low. Because, like, I mean, Elon was doing the same thing that he criticizes the rest of the media for doing. It's like, because the bar is in hell. The bar is literally in hell. And I think that it really depends on... I feel like the Democrats have no choice but to change their rhetoric and change their approach to campaigning from this point on. They lost so bad that like there's no choice but to reevaluate and change the strategy. What it really comes down to is how the Republicans who support Trump and how Trump handled this term. It really comes down to how they handle the term. Because if they get complacent and they start shitting on people for being bad or wrong or, you know, socialist or whatever they're calling these people. Like, if they lean into that and they start, like, flaunting their egos around for winning, that's only gonna make things worse. Like, they have to do a good job and be bigger than, you know, they have to raise the bar. They're in the spot where they have to raise the bar, because the bar is in hell right now. I think that most people can agree, like, they're not happy with how either campaign handled this shit. And it really just, like, was so fucking depressing watching this election go down. Seeing, like how far we've gone, you know? Because I'm American, I have a question. Did you ever have a feeling that the election was going to be close? No. No. I questioned it. I questioned it after the MSG stuff, because I'm like, people are really gonna buy into this shit, and the media is gonna go ham now because they see how much support Trump has, and they're gonna try as hard as they can. I didn't have total faith that people were gonna vote based on like policy virtues instead of like moral virtues. That's what this was all about, man. Because like it's moral virtue signaling versus political virtue signaling, and I'm just happy that like again like I don't think that Trump's policies are gonna be literal, but I'm happy that more Americans are focused on voting based on policy as opposed to like moral signaling, because it's just signaling. Like they're just, regardless, these people are just trying to get your vote. But when you signal that you're gonna try to do things to like, again, like bring companies back to America and whatever he's saying he's going to do, if he doesn't deliver on it, then then they're not gonna win next time. Like when you signal on policy, it forces you to actually be accountable for what you're saying. Like what accountability does Kamala Harris have if she actually won? There is no accountability because she ran on exactly what she said she was going to run on. Get rid of Trump. And once that's been accomplished, there's no more accountability for what she's expected to do for America. Right? That's the whole Democratic platform, is like, if we run on beating Trump, and then we do, then the world is saved. And it's like, everything we do after that doesn't matter because we ran on the platform we were running on, was just Trump is bad, and we got rid of Trump for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, even though Trump doesn't have to literally build a wall, he doesn't have to literally impose tariffs. It's like, if your main position is, we don't want Trump, and then you win, you're not expected to do anything for the next 4 years because Trump lost. And there's no accountability. But now, because a candidate won who was running on policy, or policy virtues, I guess you could say, if he doesn't follow through with delivering what he said he's going to deliver, then we go right back to the way we are now. But if he does manage to make things better, or if things just get better, even if it's not like due to Trump doing well as a candidate, if things just get better, if there's the overall perception that things are better, bare minimum the rhetoric has to get better, and the elections aren't going to be so divisive and whatnot. That's like bare minimum. And that's what I'm hoping for, because I'm of the opinion that it doesn't make much of a difference who gets elected anyway. But I'm just tired of like looking at people just being angry at their fucking friends and family. That's what I'm tired of, personally. So I'm optimistic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, you guys have your opinions and you can vote on what you think about, like foreign policy and economy and whatnot. Like, that's fine. My point is, like, not everything has to be looked through a political lens, you know? Like, now that the election is over, we can just, like, sit back and see what happens. It's like, I mean, it's how it goes, man. But yeah, I guess, like, from my lived experience, and, like, I do talk to a lot of different people from a lot of different positions and ethnicities and whatnot, and, like, I've heard all sorts of things from this chat about how they're feeling about this. And I want my chat to do well, obviously. Like, I have a vested interest in my chat doing well, America doing well, because the majority of my audience is American or European, which is all impacted by America. Like, I have a vested interest in America doing well, because I'm a streamer, and I'm supported by you guys, so that's one angle of it. Like, you guys are like half my income, you know, and I can't take that for granted. And I do want a community where everybody's doing well, everybody's happy, everybody's got time to do their hobbies and speedrun. Like, I want to get back to that, you know. That's what makes me happy, is people like being able to like go to pace and afford to speedrun, and, you know, like, stuff like that is like really, really important to me. That's what's important to my community and my friends and whatnot, is like, you guys can do well, and I want you guys to do well. And then there's the other half of it where it's like, I have to do well as an investor, where like half of my income is like investments now, you know, and like I'm moving more and more in the direction of being investor than self-employed, and like I hope that as time goes on, I can keep to my roots and not take for granted what you guys have done for me and how far you guys have gotten me in life, because you know, as time goes on, like, I have to say that my vested interest is going to be more and more in how the stock market is doing and how the real estate market is doing. And yeah, I want to always keep that sense of community, and I always want to keep that sense of, like, all these guys matter too, you know. I want the decisions being made impacting you guys positively. So, like, when I vote, like, obviously I think everybody should vote for themselves and where their best interests lie. I don't think anybody should vote based off of morals. Just you should only base off of what policy signaling is gonna do best for you and your family. And if everybody does that, then, like, you get your vote. Like, it's your vote. It's not anybody else's vote. So. But, you know, unfortunately, there's no time in human history in general where there hasn't been one group that was suffering, right? At some point in history, like, there's always a group that's losing, unfortunately. Because a lot of it is, you know, a lot of it is a zero-sum game, but if the country does well, the people who are suffering for that period of time are suffering less than they would have been if the country weren't doing well. And that's the key here, is, like, because we have a middle class and mobility up and down the classes, there's always going to be class warfare, but every generation has the opportunity to do better than the last or worse than the last, and that's the yin and yang that's going to keep, like, there's always going to be conflict in humanity. There's always going to be somebody doing well and somebody not doing well, but the idea is that through sovereignty, through the existence of borders and the existence of leadership that is clearly in the best interest of overall, like, bringing the bar higher for everybody, there are always going to be people who aren't doing well. There are always going to be people who are doing better than others. But the mobility is what we're trying to, that, like, the concept of the American dream is the mobility up and down the classes, and America doing better than the rest of the world. So those classes, regardless of whether your generation is doing better or worse, the bar is still higher, you know. And I do think that the bar is higher, man. Like, you can't look around and see, like, everybody you know has a smartphone in their pocket, like a literal computer. We're basically cyborgs at this point. That's the standard now, you know? Like, life is overall getting better. This is the best time to live in humanity, and you shouldn't let people convince you otherwise, you know? You shouldn't let people convince you otherwise, you know? So, that's all I gotta say about general, you know, worries and anxiety, because I want this community to be happy. I want people in my community. I know it's a pretty closed-off community. I don't want people to be, like, sitting around, like, grumbling, thinking, like, who voted for whom, and I want you guys, if everybody else is going to be going crazy, I hope they don't. I at least want people to have, like, some kind of a perspective on, like, you know, maybe it's not the end of the world, you know? How is pace? Really, really good. Really, really good. Big turnout, really, really fun crowd. More and more people are showing up. We had, like, the same number of people watching that SpongeBob shit. Like, obviously, it was election day, and as, you know, my run was starting, like, more and more people were focused on that. They were into the venue, they were all just, like, watching the election stuff, but as far as my run is concerned, like, people were, they showed up in droves, and they were all loud and having fun. So I really hope we can continue that. Yeah, that's the big thing that I'm happy about this election, is that the celebrity endorsements meant fucking nothing. At the end of the day, like, Joe Biden saying what he said, and what the fuck is that guy's name? I just know him as Kill Tony. Kill Tony saying what he said didn't move the election. Joe Biden saying what he said didn't move the election. None of that shit moved the election, as far as like independents go. Independents, like all it did was just charge their own bases, you know, like maybe what Joe Biden said got MAGA to go out and vote, but MAGA's not the majority of the country. Maybe what Kill Tony said got a lot of like left-wingers to go out and vote, but left-wingers not the majority of the country. You know, they don't decide the election. The people who decide the election, the people who are voting on policy, like the policy virtues that they're signaling, right? You can tell by the Latino vote, especially on the borders in Florida. Florida and Texas like show you like the Kill Tony comments did not swing the election, you know. I think that like maybe well no, the majority of the black community voted for Kamala, I'm pretty sure. So like even like Obama saying like telling like the blacks what to think and whatnot. Like that was a whole big thing that I saw the black community talking about. They were upset about that, but doesn't really seem to have made a big impact on the election. I'm just happy that the rhetoric seems to be like powerless now. Like, there's just so much shit flying around that people just can't take any of the rhetoric seriously. That's what I'm happy about. Yeah, that faster strat only saves 8 to 10 seconds compared to like the 1% of the time that it works. It's probably going to be used more often when we're under 41 minutes, but yeah, it's in the pipeline. Trump made gains with every single demographic. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, it's about the gains, not about the majority. Yeah, I mean, I just, like, I think that, like, I'm just optimistic that these celebrity endorsements didn't fucking mean shit. Like, just, it really... I'm really happy that it seems that just dumping money on an issue and getting celebrities to, like, say the thing is not working anymore. I think that's just good for everybody. That these celebrity endorsements and stuff didn't move the needle. Because that's dangerous, man. That's exactly, like, the big thing that I don't like about America is that, again, like, I've always been a bit of a fan of South Park, is, like, I think that, like, Matt and Trey recognize this, and a lot of people recognize this as, like, celebrity culture in the United States is, like, the worst thing that could possibly be perpetuated and continued like this, where people just, like, worship celebrities and their opinions. Like, the stan culture is just really, really bad. Yeah, I mean, Trump didn't hold a Nazi rally. I think that most people with common sense and a high enough IQ can tell that that was not a Nazi rally. It literally fucking makes me lose my shit. Yeah, exactly. People unironically thinking that shit. I'm just saying, like, low IQ people don't understand statistics. If you think that half the country is Nazis, you literally just don't understand statistics. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Yeah, no, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying is, like, I agree with you that, like, Trump is a politician and a celebrity and so forth, but, like, all politicians are celebrities. And they shouldn't be worshipped either. You should not worship celebrities, you should not worship politicians. You're voting for slimy people to make decisions for you. And the second you start thinking, like, oh, this person really cares about me, like, it's over, dude. That's how we end up in the situation that we're at now. Like, thinking, this person really cares about me, or this person doesn't really care about me deep down. Like, you're voting for people who are making policies. Of course they don't care about you. If you were in their position, you wouldn't care about you either. They're looking out for their best interests, and they have to get votes, and if they don't act on the things they promise, they're not going to get voted in again. the problem is that, like, again, like what the Democrats have been doing for a while, and especially this election, is like they just want to signal moral virtues to get elected instead of actually offering policies that are going to get them elected, which again makes them so they're not accountable. Because if people are voting on, like, I hate Trump, the only promise they have to follow up on is getting rid of Trump, and once Trump's out, like, nothing else matters because they delivered their promise of getting rid of Trump. Does that make sense? Like, America doesn't work if there is no accountability. You need to have accountability for the things that you're saying. And, like, again, if the rhetoric, obviously, like both Trump and Kamala told a lot of lies during this campaign, but at the end of the day, it's far easier to be accountable for getting rid of Donald Trump than it is to be accountable for Trump saying he's going to usher in a golden age, right? Like, that's just a much more appealing message than, like, getting rid of the other candidate. And now, like, Republicans and people who are Democrat who voted for Trump, they are watching him like a hawk to make sure he delivers on all these huge promises. And if he doesn't deliver on it, then, you know, we're just going to go back to where we are now, where it's like, it's all about accountability. It's all about accountability. What people are promising they're going to deliver on. That's what it's all about. And this feels like, hopefully, a return to substance instead of just moral signaling. It's weird because, like, Trump got so many people involved in politics, but, like, the whole, like virtue signaling, like, morality competition movement that's kind of, like, began, like, in the mid-2010s, like, I'm juggling a lot of ideas right now, but, like, Trump brought so much attention to the politics, and it was already so intertwined with politics that I think it just amplified it even more. And now, like, everybody views everything through a political lens, and there are morals and virtues that are, like, coming out in normal conversation that has nothing to do with whatever the topic is, you know? I mean, like I said, I'm more in the position of an observer, and I like to make fun of politics and make fun of politicians, but I think that's where, like, we'd be healthier if people looked at it that way, where it's like, these people are all clowns, and you vote for people to hold them accountable. Well, you vote for people, and then you expect them to hold themselves accountable. Otherwise, they're not going to get your vote again. That's the only way this works, you know. Like, as soon as people started this, like, parasocial thing, where it's like voting for which side they think cares about them more versus, like, which side is holding themselves accountable for the things they promised, like, that's where we lose the plot. So if Trump really does bring peace to the Middle East, at least, like, ceasefire minimum, you know, end the Ukraine war and make the economy better and bring jobs back like he said he's going to do, if he does all that, then there's less grounds to criticize him. And again, like, I don't want to go back to the, like, this side is evil shit, so I'm hoping that he does well so we don't go back to that. And for the record, like, if the reality were that Kamala was actually the popular candidate and won the election, I'd be saying the same thing, you know. People gotta be on the same page. But yeah, my personal opinion, my political opinion is that it doesn't make much of a difference who wins, and the real problem is that people are, like, very politically lensed right now, like, looking at everything through politics and morality and judging their neighbors and stuff, when, like, we're all getting information from different places. You could probably just argue as a blanket statement that, like, the reason why people are like this right now is because of the dramatic shift of, like, cable and traditional media to online. Is like, people are getting their information from all different kinds of places, so people are literally living in their own worlds. So there needs to be, like, some kind of, like, a converging movement between, like, the internet and traditional media, and, like, once that's all on the same page, when all these sources of information are forced to respect one another, which I think is exactly what's happening now that like people have seen like how influential the podcasts and like social media are on elections. Once the legacy media and social media and all these like individual creators are forced to be on the same page, that's how we start getting out of this whole like narrative building, you know, like echo chamber building garbage that we've been subject to. Well, the US national debt has only been going up for the last 8 years, so... I don't understand the position that things are gonna get better. Other than just like trying different things. And maybe those different things are going to help, or maybe they'll make things worse, but... It seems like we've had a problem for a long time figuring out what that change needs to be. So I'm open for change, but you know, I think change is just, it's got to be better than just like hoping that things get better when the same shit's not being done. It just doesn't make any sense. We haven't been able to figure anything out for the last like 20 years, it seems. So I'm optimistic but cautious, definitely. Also, I've been getting really bad headaches lately. I don't know what the fuck that is. Well, I think that you're not, like... Kamala is not, like, the one who's, like, thinking these ideas. Like, she's just being told, like, this is how we're gonna win. Do it. And, like... You can't really run on Biden's accomplishments when the majority of the country has a low approval rating for him, so you have to distance yourself from it. I think they should just run a primary. They should have admitted that Joe Biden was not popular early on and ran a primary. They shouldn't have waited so long. That's the real issue. But yeah, I mean, the Republican Party is still pretty similar to the way that it was 20 years ago, but like Trumpism is like taking over the party. They don't have fair primaries, absolutely not. Bernie bros will tell you that. Bernie bros will tell you that. And I know a lot of Bernie bros. I think the majority of the people that I know were Bernie bros in 2016. But yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion that if America goes down, the whole world goes down. I think that's a pretty fair evaluation. So, let's hope for the best. Yeah, OG Bernie. Like, 2016 Bernie was like making a lot of sense, you know? But they're like, nah. Clinton. I don't know, as soon as the Cheneys endorsed the Democrats, I think that was it for a lot of people. It's like, let's go back to Iraq, yeah, dude. Like, people aren't buying that shit. And it's like, they're all, of course, like, oh, Dick Cheney is like a warmonger, and like his kid's a warmonger and all this fucking bullshit. Well, it's true, but what I'm saying is, like, as soon as they flip sides, they're like, yeah, we got more people to show that Republicans are against Trump. Which, like, Trump voters are against Republicans, too. A lot of the swing voters are against Republicans, too. They're just, like, people just don't understand, like, the dynamic of what's happening right now. Like, Trump is getting people across party lines who would never have voted for a traditional Republican candidate. Because Republicans are out of touch, you know? At least Trump is far more in touch than the Republican Party is. Like, he literally saved the party. Like, they wouldn't be able to win if it weren't for him. Is that a fair evaluation? I mean, when you listen to him talk, he definitely leans like left a little bit socially compared to a lot of the people who came before him, you know. He's still right, but right wing, I mean, but like he's like a moderate guy. He seems very moderate to me. When you actually listen to him and you don't listen to the media saying that he literally wanted to line up his political opponents and shoot. Nobody's fucking buying that, dude. I think that there are a lot of people who fucking voted just based on, like, I'm tired of the propaganda. Like I said, you know, if Trump's ego encourages him to do the same thing back, like, get revenge on people, then we're just gonna have the same issue. So I really hope that he's a bigger man and he doesn't do that shit. I hope we're doing well 4 years from now, and I hope that they don't continue. It's hard to explain because, like, once the bar's in hell, like, you gotta go to hell basically. So the ball's in their court. They can choose to lift the bar up again. If they don't, then we're just fucked basically. Which is, again, like, that's like not a thing that conservatives were talking about 20 years ago. Trump is a fucking 80s guy. Like, he just misses a time when people got along across party lines, and he doesn't like war. He may not be the smartest person, but, like, I don't think that he wants to be a fucking dictator. I think that he thinks that his opinions are, like, his choices and decisions are, like, I think he overestimates how smart he actually is, for sure, but I think that based on the way that he takes advice from his cabinet, or it's hard to explain because, like, I think he trusts the people that he picked a lot better this time around, but apparently there were a lot of people in his cabinet last time that he grew to not trust because he felt they didn't have America's best interests in mind. It's like, that's what he's running on. Like, I don't think that Trump necessarily is like he's not a selfless person. He's not like, he's definitely like this big ego guy who wants to succeed, but like, he knows that if he doesn't give off the appearance that, like, his policies are putting America first, he knows he's not going to get voted again. Or like his dynasty is going to be out of power, you know. Because I do think that at a bare minimum he cares about his kids and he cares about his legacy. And if he really wants to start like a Clinton type, Obama type dynasty, like the Bushes, for example, he can't screw this up. I think that's where the interest lies. Is like, you know, maybe this is just me reading into things, but it does kind of bother me that Kamala doesn't have any, like, she's childless, right? Like, she doesn't have kids. She doesn't have a legacy to pass on. Like, she doesn't have a vested interest in the future of the country, and, like, meanwhile Trump has, like, grandkids, you know. I at least have like some confidence that he wants life to be better for his kids, you know. And whether you read into that as like make the rich do better and the poor do worse, like, I don't think that Trump cares about that anymore. I think he just cares about power and like his kids having power and like the political dynasty that can form from him doing well. I think that's what's on his mind now. Like, I feel like the money's not the main driving factor. He just wants his kids to stay powerful, which, because of the American system, you have to gain people's vote to win. And this election proved that, like, you can't just like strong arm with dumping a fuck ton of money and celebrities onto the issue and still win. So, if you want to stay in power in America, you have to earn people's vote. It's still true. It's still alive, man. The American dream is still alive. Because those policies, you know, affect how we live, and if people are worried about losing your vote again, instead of just knowing, like, we can just push propaganda and get votes. If you're forced to actually hold yourself accountable, that's how America stays America, I guess. But we'll see what he does, man. I'm just trying to be optimistic. But we'll see what he does. And there is something that Trump said that I actually do somewhat resonate with, is that there needs to be religion in this country for things to actually work. And again, like, you can read into that and think that he's like trying to say that there needs to be like Christianity needs to be at the front and center of America, which I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's trying to say, or at least like I personally believe, that you need to be able to worship something other than politicians and celebrities. Like, even if you're just like worshiping like your own hobby, for example, is healthier than that. Like your own communities, your own hobby. We got here because people worship politicians and celebrities, and again, like MAGA is a prime example of that. It's just like worshiping a politician like they're your friend or something. None of that stuff is good, man. None of that stuff is healthy. But the concept of religion, as just a concept of like worshiping something that's bigger than yourself, but not making it like a human or like a politician, like that's kind of the idea. Is like, if you know somebody's watching down on you, you're not gonna be greedy. You're not gonna take advantage of people. Or like, you're less inclined to do that. That's like the only way this works. Because if you worship money and you worship power, your only incentive in life is to become more wealthy and more powerful, which is why a lot of people say they don't like the free markets and capitalism anymore, because they understand like how big the incentive is to, you know, to become corrupted and worship money. But it's really just a test of how much people are willing to worship something bigger than themselves, or money, or fame, and clout. I think that's the test that America's going to go through to decide whether it's going to stick around or not. You gotta believe in something bigger than yourself, and your own wealth, and shit. Like, you gotta believe in something bigger than that. Thanks, man. I mean, look, from my own perspective, like, I feel like why that might resonate with people is that, I mean, you have different kinds of streamers on this platform, obviously. Old school, like, classical Twitch was more about community and building things up together and, like, working with your viewers to create something that's, like, a nice place to just be around. And, you know, meeting up was, like, a big, like, GDQ was much more important back in the day because the culture was much more interactive and community-driven. Like, GDQ's decline is probably more of a symptom of a problem than, like, the actual, like, GDQ not being as good as it used to be. I think that, again, like, people have criticized GDQ for putting, like, identity politics front and center, right? But think of it this way, like, even if you're, like, you know, not part of that camp, part of, like, the LGBTQ camp, you gotta remember, like, these guys have a very strong sense of community and they all support one another. When, you know, a lot of people in the world don't even like the fact that they exist, so what I'm trying to say is, like, that strong sense of community is something that is not alive in many places, and, you know, that is one place where it is alive, right? One example. I think that a lot of streamers have gotten to the point where they just are complacent in being worshipped because of a greater issue with the way people look at politicians, celebrities, and so forth, where they're just essentially worshipped and everybody's on one team or the other, and nobody wants to be wrong, and nobody wants to evaluate and criticize themselves and interrogate themselves. People just want to rationalize their beliefs. which leads to, you know, people just being worshipped on platforms like this, where essentially post-COVID has become a platform for politics. So, in my position, like, I look around and I don't want to be involved in this shit. I don't want to be involved in the clout chase. I just want to have a community that can show up in person and be involved in the hobbies that we're doing together, like the speedrunning and stuff. I mean, I'm showing up to 3 to 4 events a year at this point. Like, that's what I live for. I live for the community, you know? So I think that, like, my political takes are going to be more in line with, like, getting back to the way things were, where people can, like, agree to disagree. And, like, America overall is much more centered than, like, polarized politically. And I think that this election brings us closer back to that center point. So I'm okay with it. Like I said, personally, it doesn't really impact me, but I think that it forces people to discuss stuff, and that's really it. That's, like, the main take, is, like, if the Democrats want to win again, they gotta have a talk about this shit, and how they present themselves, and how they run their primaries, and, you know. It needs to be less talking down to people and letting people talk up to them. That's what's gonna allow them to come back next time. Because this is a devastating loss for them. And I think that one side needed to be devastated to really determine, like, what direction America is going. And make one group of people kind of realize, like, okay, maybe, like, they're seeing things that I'm not seeing. Maybe they're seeing... And if they're seeing information that's, like, the fact of the matter is that one side's seeing different information than the other. And if it's bad information, you gotta talk it out. If it's good information, you gotta catch up. And there's a lot of good and bad information floating around for all different sides of the spectrum. So, people got a lot of reading to do. Yeah. Guys, this whole, like, debate that's happening in this chat right now, can you guys, like, take it to DMs, please? Thanks. It has to be less about, like, I want, like, you know, I'm just repeating myself at this point. No, there's no point. Because I need to focus on practicing. But yeah, I mean, what you should be asking yourself, dude, is not like, how could people be so stupid to vote for somebody with 34 felony charges, versus asking yourself, why would normal human beings look at the options and choose to vote for somebody with 34 felonies over the other option? What drove them to vote against the other option? If this guy really is all these horrible things, why do people pick him? Because the reality is you have two choices. Why do people pick the one choice? That's what you should be asking yourself. Not asking yourself, how are people so stupid? Again, man, you should be asking yourself, in spite of Stormy Daniels, why did people still vote for Trump? You're never going to get to the bottom of it if you just keep pointing fingers and calling names. Like, I can't believe it, they're so stupid. I've rationalized this so much in my head that nobody could ever vote for him, but he still won in a landslide. Like, maybe you're not paying attention. Also, thank you, Conquer, for the 81 months, man. There's a bee, or a wasp here. I gotta get rid of this thing. Oh, it's not a wasp, it's a ladybug. Oh, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That's fine with me. Yeah, I mean, and like, the people who are like saying like, oh, I can't wait to get the compilation of liberal tears, like, you guys are literally just like, because how would they feel, like, in 4 years from now, if the liberals, so they call them, win again? How are they gonna feel? They're not gonna be laughing then. It's like, people are just so stupid, dude. Like, people in general are just so fucking low IQ. Like, the very thing that caused this, like, separation and forces people to go more to the left or more to the right is, like, dunking on people like that. Like, just shut up. I thought Mark Cuban had a good take. He's like, Trump won fair and square. Congratulations. That's all you need to say. You know? Bernie, I know a lot of people don't like Bernie as much as they used to, but he's saying they need to have a serious conversation about where they're going. I know that, like, based on his endorsements, people are a little bit eerie about him now. He's not like the 2016 Bernie anymore, but there are a lot of reasonable people who are speaking up right now, and the only thing I'm worried about is, like, people giving attention to the people who are trying to divide us more than the people who are unifying us, and I think it's going to become very clear over the next few months who those people are. But a win for America is a win for the entire world. I fully believe that. And, like, don't we want to just be happier? Like, I hope that Trump does well. If he doesn't do well, then the other side can just continue running on the same things they were running for that, you know, people just don't seem to resonate with, and it's just going to push people further and further toward the Trump types, you know. Yeah, people voted for him. It is what it is. That's that. Again, man, you're like, I think that you're not really understanding, Cook. Like, you're not understanding the assignment here. What you should be asking yourself is, like, in spite of all of these things that I place on higher priority than the other things that people were talking about, he still won in a landslide. You gotta ask yourself, I can't believe that, like, they don't care about this thing or that thing or this thing, this scandal happened and that scandal happened, but people still voted for him over the other person. That's what you're not synthesizing. Like, this is not like, this is all just information to you, you know? This is all just information. This just helps you understand, like, which places you should be going for your information. You know, which things you should be thinking for the next 4 years if you don't want this to happen again. Like, it's just feedback. An election is a feedback. It's literally a poll. Like, you run a poll, like, hey, what do you guys think of my stream or whatever? Like, you're just polling people to see how they feel. And then the people who poll higher are in charge for the next 4 years. That's why the system works. That's why we've been doing this as long as we've been doing it, you know? He won. Like, there's no denying that he won this time. And if Kamala swamped him, then she fucking won, you know? Like, this was the most fair election that I've witnessed in my lifetime, dude. Like, there's no fucking way that he didn't win. It's undeniable that most Americans want him. It's so if you don't like Trump and you're well researched and you really disagree with his policies and how he ran the country the first time around, you know, you gotta ask yourself, like, why would people still vote for this guy? And then once you understand why people voted for him, then you can come back to the table and be like, okay, how do we beat him next time? Like, what caused him to win this time? What truly caused him to win? Because if you're just telling yourself, like, oh yeah, the reason why he won is because people are racist and stupid. Like, if you keep telling yourself that, you're just gonna lose again. You know? And then we run into the same issue. Like, this is the reason why I like the fact that Mixer exists and why Kick exists. Because, like, the worst periods of history for streaming as a microcosm of politics is when one side of the aisle has complete control and the other side is so unappealing that we eventually just become a one-party system. So I hope that the Democrats come back to the table and have a stronger argument next time to avoid a situation where, you know, Republicans control the media and they can just be a propaganda machine that, like, tells people, like, every Democrat's evil. Like, it's literally just politics. This is the reason why you need the push and pull. Because if it's not an even match, then you only have one choice. Again, you can look at it as like, he's only beating female candidates, he must be sexist. Okay, so a sample size out of 3 people. Again, man, you are living in denial. You're living in a delusion. You think that millions of people voted because they don't want a woman president. That's crazy, man. That's like actually insane. Like literally, you're just not living in reality. And I hope that anybody who's of that opinion, like he's racist, sexist, blah blah blah, half the country's racist, sexist, blah blah blah, like that's not the reason why you lost. You have to understand why you lost to win next time. And you know, you can protect your ego and you can protect whatever you're feeling about this. You can rationalize it however you want, but that's not going to win you an election. That's not going to win you anything. By rationalizing what made you lose, you're not going to win. That's like literally all it is. And like as an observer to all of this, I want 2 parties that are equally matched because that's what's best for us, you know. In a hypothetical scenario where the Democrats keep doing the same thing they've been doing for the last 4 years, and then like a Trumpist candidate wins again, it's just going to become more and more like this, where whether it's red or blue, the country is going to be more and more polarized toward one thing. You can't have a system where there's one party that is just infallible. It doesn't work. That's literally that goes into fascism, socialism, like whatever extreme ideology you want or don't want. Like that's how you go more and more in that direction. Because you're giving the state full control over what you're thinking and feeling, because you think that the other side is so bad that, like, this is why I have faith restored, is that, like, despite Trump being a horrible person and a terrible candidate, like, people are still willing to admit that they don't want this horrible person over that horrible person. Like, it's not a team sport when you have so many people saying, you know what, these people both suck, but I'm gonna vote for this person that sucks instead. Like, they're not putting morality into it. Like I'm just gonna dunk on the Jill Stein Green Party voters as well, because, like, if you're voting for your own personal morality, you don't understand how politics work. Because there is no objective morality. I think that over the course of history, at least for my own personal value, I think that the United States has been a generally positive force in the world. Post World War II, I think that we've made a lot of mistakes, a lot of warmongering, but you know, I do think that America is a good force in the world, or at least it has the potential to be a good force in the world. I think that we have a good thing to work with here, and it's the best we got, man. It's like literally the best we got. You know, I don't think that anybody else has more potential than we do to be a good force in the world. But with that doesn't mean that you have the right to fucking invade countries and the CIA to like start coups and stuff to like just force your beliefs on people either, you know. There's a correct balance to have with it. You know. I mean, like, my own background, like, just so you know my own biases, I'm a 3rd generation American. I mean, like, whether or not you think Italians are white or not, I mean, I'm half Italian, and the rest of me is, like, basically, I'm a mix of every, like, major, like mafia gang type, like, ethnic group that came out of New York in the mid 20th century. Like, I'm like Irish, German, Italian, like, I'm just everything, right? Well, the Irish are a different story, but, like, the Irish are more victims than, like, you know, Italians and Germany. I mean, I'm pre, like Ellis Island Germany. I'm not, like, Germany after the stuff, you know? But you know, like, a lot of immigrants came over through Ellis Island, and I'm like a mix of all of them. And my ancestors are people like the American ancestors, like 1st and 2nd generation, they were all like public service workers, like military, firemen, police officers, and they were exposed to a lot of bad shit. Like my My great-grandfather was a police officer who used to help the black community back when like systemic racism really was a problem in the United States. And he would like deliver their babies and make sure they got their mail and so forth. Like he actually did, he helped the community in spite of like the rest of the police force like genuinely being like white racists, right? And when the rest of the force found out that he was doing all these things, they blackmailed him and they got him off the force. And they ruined his life. He could never serve his country again because it really was like a truly racist force back in the day. Like these days it's more about like bad apple spoiling the bunch, but I understand the message behind, like I understand the perspective of like all cops are bastards thing, because it's like, you know, if you defund the police then you force them to change their behavior because you're voting with your wallet. I get that. But the general sentiment that all cops are bastards, like I know that there are a lot of good people out there because it's my lived experience. Like people in my family literally like put their careers on the line to do what was right, and that's just the background that I come from, so I see it differently. But yeah, my whole family is all just like firemen, military people, like Marines, Navy, and I'm just fucking sitting here playing SpongeBob. So it's like, I don't know what that means, but you know what I'm trying to say is like a lot of the values that I grow up with was like, you know, doing what's right for everybody, trying to see different perspectives, you know. The world's not perfect, but this is the best we got. That kind of thing. Those are my own biases. So, your approach to this game is military. Honestly, Base, it's kind of funny. I've literally been told by people in my family, like, you'd be perfect for, like, flying drones and shit. Like, I could never kill anybody. I don't want to kill anybody. That's not me. Like, I couldn't pull the trigger. Especially if you're not, like boots on the ground. Like, you're just, like, in a fucking safe, remote area, just, like, piloting a drone and fucking dropping a missile on somebody's head. Like, the only way I could ever do that is if, like if America were, like, truly on the line. Like, if America's gonna go down, and the alternative is whatever the fuck else wants to run the world. That's the only way I could ever fucking pull a trigger on something like that. That's a big thing for me, is like, I don't like the useless wars. I don't like people being thrown into combat. I've seen what it does to people. So I'm a big community person. I care a lot about community. I think that's all we have in life, objectively, is community. And the internet is a tool for that, and not something that can help... The internet's not something that should be used to help us avoid community. Which is what people are kind of using it as a replacement for belonging and security. Just like having an audience of yes men that just tells them everything they do is great, you know? I just like... I really envy people like Ray Brown men who and like Mango and so forth, who have built these like massive communities of people who are all surrounding like similar interests, and there's no like worship going on. It's just they're just playing games and they all have similar interests, and it's just a nice thing. And like, you know, when I say envy, it makes me sound like I'm saying I'm a have-not. I'm definitely not a have-not in that regard, man. Like, this community shows up for everything. We built one of the best communities in the history of this website, and I'm confident in that, so. You gotta look at who's in charge, man. Like, I've had my moments where I've veered off, and I've been worried about my own finances and stuff like that. You know. But at the end of the day, like, I always come back to, you know, we gotta have some kind of, like, humanity in all this shit, otherwise just like a fucking person on the internet playing a game. It's gotta be more than that, you know? COVID fucked up my head. COVID made me forget that there are real people behind the screen. And, you know, Although my stream did really well during COVID, it really kind of just, like, again, like, you just cope with things. You cope with the situation that you're in. You can't see anybody, you can't go outside, you can't go to events and see people. It's like, you lose touch with reality when you're in the middle of COVID. So. Yeah, I agree with that. There's no better time to invest in the BFB community. Maybe the best time to be in it, like, to hop on board and ride the high was 2019. But I think that it's, first of all, it's no longer the BFB community. It's the SpongeBob community. And you're all invited to come play along, because the guy who's in charge of it is no longer an elitist who only sees value in speedrunning one game. That man has changed a lot over the last 5 years, and I think that Pace is a great example of that, where we've come a long way from being elitist about which video game you choose to spend time playing, and we can have our opinions about which games are good or not without getting personally attached to them. As long as it's a fair analysis, obviously. LOL XD SpongeBob is stupid is not a valid viewpoint, but you know what I'm saying. Is Trump the green light for Israel full throttle? He could be, man. We'll see, dude. I'm not qualified to answer that question. But yeah, that is a valid concern. I do think that Ukraine stops, though. I think a deal gets brokered with Ukraine, and that just stops. That's the first thing that stops is Ukraine. So that's at least one good thing. That helps with the national debt. You know, hopefully we can have better relationship with Russia. But Israel, I don't know, dude. I'm kind of just bracing for impact with that. So yeah, people just have to stop dying, man. That's literally what fucking Trump said. So I mean, I hope that he sticks to that attitude, man. I don't think anybody wants anyone to drop nukes, dude. But if anybody's gonna do it, it'd probably be that fucking guy, man. It's just like, it's really... We'll see. It's like our version of Vietnam, dude. It's like, what the fuck is... What are these people doing on our behalf, man? It's literally our version of Vietnam. Yeah, but like Biden was never in charge though. I mean, you ever seen the deepfakes? Fucking deepfakes of like the one that just came out. Dude, I don't even remember what he said, but I was fucking laughing so much, dude. It's so fucking funny, man. The Biden memes are just as good as the Trump memes, dude. So fucking good. My fellow Americans, this is Dank Brandon with another announcement. It's so fucking funny, man. Yeah, man, I hope that a year from now we're not fucking... I'm not even gonna... You know what? My point is, I'm tired of these fucking celebrities and politicians putting normal people against each other. And I just wanna continue doing what I'm doing with y'all.
The marmalade.
And that's that. Like, I want to just keep this up, man. That's what impacts me. I want to keep the community going. I want more in-person events. I want people to not be mad at each other.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Well, yeah, like, we know that either party is gonna suck the living shit out of Israel, like, sure. But I just have a gut feeling that Trump really does not want war, period. I think that's just rooted in him as like an 80s dude, like... I think he really just doesn't like war. And like, it all depends on how he chooses to handle it. Like... either he gives Israel full send, or he just cuts everybody off. He just tells everybody to stop, or he gives Israel full send. I'm honestly 50-50 on that. I couldn't tell you what's gonna happen, but... yeah, man, I don't know.
Where's all the security?
But either way, like, yeah, they're gonna suck off Israel 100%. It just depends on how they're gonna suck it, you know? Just depends on how the sucking is going to be done.
Gary!
Fuck.
Pep!
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, dude. But Kamala's just not it. She doesn't represent Americans. She represents the party, and the party wants war with Israel, or you know what I mean. The party wants Israel to like extinguish the Gaza Strip. That's like Kamala is not a boomer, but she's like beholden to the boomers, which like you're getting the same thing from both. I think our best shot, honestly, our best shot, Democratic Party reforms. There are newer, younger people who are in charge, not like candidates, but in charge, you know? And those people are like, why are we doing this shit in the Middle East? I think that's what happens if people like take a long, hard look and the boomers are no longer making these decisions. Our generation doesn't want war. We don't want war. So it's a tough spot with Israel. Like there's not gonna be a good solution to that. Like neither of the parties are offering a good solution with that, but I do think that we at least stop the Ukraine shit now. Ukraine wasn't gonna stop with Kamala. That was just gonna keep fucking going forever. I think that Ukraine stops. That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. We agree with each other that, like, these people are boomers, and the boomers are just gonna, you know, they're just gonna perpetuate this Israel shit. Yeah, it's insanely corrupt, yeah. They all have vested interests in war. So
The marmalade. Swift.
there needs to be more of an incentive for progress than demolition, I guess. So. I wonder how the innovators and you know, thinkers and inventors and creatives are gonna make that a reality. Politicians can only do so much, you know.
Where's all the security?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Like, what if somebody invented like a true like option that obsoletes gas cars, right? That whole angle of the climate argument and sustainability argument just evaporates if it's no longer a factor, you know? Because like politicians like argue in circles and they hold these carrots like Roe v. Wade, like they're never gonna like ratify it in the Constitution or anything like that because they're better off getting votes for it. It's really interesting because like Roe v. Wade didn't win the Democrats the election. So like where do we go from here? Does that make it more likely for people to have more rational abortion laws because they can't like use it as like a political token anymore? Or does it go the opposite direction? If anything, like the people who voted in favor of abortion, they're going to be really upset about this and they're going to vote to make it much more liberal in their own home states. Like I bet that midterms, like the abortion issue is like mostly solved. It is a states' right issue, but like 2 years from now, I bet that people come out in droves to vote in favor of, you know, a reasonable policy for abortion that is not extreme one way or another. I think that's how things go. The people who are upset that the Democrats didn't get in because they were going to put on Supreme Court justices who would allow something like that to become like ratified in the Constitution, right? Like these people are going to be voting in favor of people, well, I guess like the policy supporters who fully support abortion and also just voting for abortion in general. Just like letting the people decide on it instead of having a blanket rule over the entire country that says like it has to be this way, you know. It's probably going to be a rough transition, but I feel like midterms we'll get a much better idea of where we're at. I don't even know the abortion laws in New Jersey. I feel like it's just fully legal here. Well, the thing is, like we only have so much control over climate change if it really is a matter of like burning fossil fuels. We have very limited control over that. Actually, I think that the best thing we can do for climate change is bringing jobs back to America because Americans are much more climate conscious, like in general, than like China, for example. And if we're the ones who are running the show and we have higher standards for this stuff, it's gonna naturally like become cleaner over time. And America becomes more wealthy as well, so it's a win-win. Well, here's the thing, man. I saw rioting from that one camp over the summer of 2020, and then there was rioting from the other in January of 2021, and just be careful. Just, if you're gonna go out on the day of his inauguration, just be careful, please. I don't think that either extreme is above it. I don't think that either extreme is above it. But just remember that most people, like your friends and neighbors, are not extreme. Yeah, a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of, you know, turning a blind eye to stuff and letting things happen. I totally feel that, man. Like, it's, I mean, like Tim Walz, dude, like, he turned a blind eye to the fucking riots in 2020. Trump turned a blind eye to J6, like, whether they cancel each other out is up to you, but there's just a lack of accountability, you know? Or it's just that those issues don't matter a lot to people. I feel like most people don't care about January 6th at this point. I feel like more people care about the destroying and looting of small businesses than the fucking politicians being like raided, you know? That's just my guess. Which, you know, if that's the case, then people have to evaluate, like, why is that? And how do we run a better campaign next time that's gonna make people see why this is a problem, or raise other issues with how these people run the country. Yeah, see, again, like, that's... I feel like the majority of Americans feel differently, though. I guess like if it's between the capital, small businesses, and Walmart, like obviously Walmart is the best choice. But ideally, like none of it should be happening. Like if you had to pick one of the three, like fuck, marry, kill. You know what I mean? If you have to pick, I guess Walmart, sure. But yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of information flying around about J6, and I don't want to fucking touch that shit. All I know is, like, in the past, like, 4 years, 5 years, two of the most embarrassing things I've ever witnessed as an American have occurred. The most embarrassing thing, in my opinion, was the way that we pulled out of the Middle East. And that was partially Trump's fault, partially Biden's fault. But that was just extremely embarrassing. Like, I was not proud to be an American during that time. And January 6th was just as bad. I'm like, what are we fucking doing? You think it was all Biden's fault? Fair enough. I'm not, like, well versed enough on the issue, but... yeah, I'm just saying, like, as an outsider, like, these two things are just, like, we look so fucking stupid right now. We look so stupid with this shit going on. I still think that the Middle East stuff, like leaving all the Black Hawks over there, like that's fucking crazy, dude. I can't even believe that happened. Like the J6 stuff was a little less surprising because people were already fucking angry and rioting in other places, but like that was just like, wow, I can't even believe that this actually fucking happened. Yeah, the thing about like the J6 stuff is like whether you call it an insurrection or not, I think it, like most of it like hinges on like whether they actually were able to get inside. And they weren't able to get inside, so like I understand like why people call it an insurrection, definitely. Like the way that it actually played out, like what actually happened was more like a riot, but you could definitely say that it felt like an insurrection based on, you know. Yeah, like again, I'm not trying to say like one riot is like better or worse than the other, but I'm saying that like as an American, all of it was very embarrassing to see that go down. That was a dark year in our country's history. Like late 2020 to like early 2021. But yeah, saying that January 6th was worse than 9/11 is actually just abhorrent and insane. I mean, the fact that they call it January 6th instead of like calling it J6 in general, like I'm not like, I don't really care about the language that much, but like trying to like draw parallels to 9/11 is like fucking insane, dude. That's wild. I mean, like Pearl Harbor was worse than January 6th. You know? Quote on audio that Pearl Harbor was worse than January 6th. Yeah, dude. People fucking died. It's like fucking Heath Ledger's Joker said, like when a truckload of soldiers dies, it's part of the plan, so you don't care. Joker. Like, it's okay when the military dies, right? Like, yeah, okay. Like, these aren't your neighbors that are dying. Not as many who died at Pearl Harbor. This is kind of a stupid conversation because they're all disgusting things that happened in American history. Like, I'm with you, man. Like, I'm not defending January 6th. I think it's fucking nasty that actually happened. It's embarrassing and just... You can literally, like, fucking look at my tweet from the day that happened. My initial reaction was like, oh, look, it's... Like, what the fuck? I don't even remember what I said. My initial reaction to that was just disgust. I'm like, we can't be fucking serious right now. This is pathetic. But yeah, like comparing it to like actual like military devastation and like tragedies like 9/11 is like truly just like, that's where they lost me, you know? They didn't have to do that. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Calling it worse than either of those things is just not okay. Yeah, you got a good point about the Netanyahu stuff. Yep. It's like they just decide like where these things rank, but that shit actually is really bad, dude. Like, and it's a weird spot because like we're allies and like these people are just gonna glaze him no matter who got elected. They're just gonna glaze him. That's just something that we truly don't have any control over, which fucking sucks. But if that exposes anything, man, the military-industrial complex controls the United States. There's so much money in war. And I don't know what the solution to that is, man. I think it goes deeper than just like pointing and saying you're a boomer, you know? You got a good point, man. World War II. But we actually had a good reason to go to war during World War II. It's like the fucking borderline personality disorder where like you create problems to solve them. There are no more problems in the world, so America has to create problems to solve them. Yeah, it's just something, man. No problems that America should be getting involved in directly, at least. Yeah, Pearl Harbor, yeah. I know, dude. It's crazy. It's not that surprising, but like, I thought that it was gonna be even closer, man. I see Trump signs everywhere, man. And like, other people in New Jersey in my chat were saying the same thing, like... Yeah, Trump is... I mean, like, the next person who runs in his place... If they don't change their strategy against the Trump movement, like, New Jersey could flip red, dude. Which is just fucking insane. Yeah, I'm from Jersey. Wild stuff, dude. Okay, the 81 million votes thing, I see a lot of people talking about that. Both sides of the aisle are questioning it. I think people were just stuck. People are probably going to vote more during times when they have more of an incentive to vote. And COVID affected everybody. So the 81 million votes thing, like, I'm sure it wasn't as secure as this election. But I don't think that it was like 20 million votes came out of nowhere. Like, I don't think that's what it is. I think that people were just stuck inside and forced to vote. And people voted against COVID. Like, if you look at, like, online forums and stuff and, like, social media, like, you're not getting the full picture there. I think that everybody was affected by COVID, so everybody voted. Like, way more people voted during COVID. So, yeah. That's how I feel about the 81 million votes thing. I don't think the election was stolen. I don't think that the election was any more stolen than Elon Musk turning Twitter into, like, a propaganda arm for his side of the... I don't want to say the Republican Party, because that's not really what it is. But... I think it's all just like, you know, the one thing about the Trump thing is that like national security agents like colluded with the Hunter Biden thing and confirmed that it was nothing when it actually was something. I think that's actually valid. And they say that like it swung enough votes for Trump to lose. Maybe. Because again, that's just like October surprise, right? Like There were plenty of October surprises that didn't seem to swing ethnic groups this time around, so who really knows if Trump would have won if the Hunter Biden story got verified, right? It's like, we can't say for sure, but I do, just like as a level take from somebody who has no stakes in this, I thought that Joe Biden ran a better campaign and Trump had COVID to deal with and people were going to blame him for COVID regardless. Yeah, like they still have to count the votes, but he's leading with the majority reporting in the 2 states they haven't counted. Oh, I see what you mean. But at this point, like, Trump was still losing the popular vote, though. Like, this early. That's a good point that they haven't counted every single vote, but, like, he's, you know... I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, dude, like, I'm definitely... I'm a patriot. I just want what's best for the country. If the overall bar is higher, even if you're like living in poverty, like relative to like where the United States is, like it's still better than living in poverty in like another country's perspective of poverty, you know? That's the main idea, is like if the country is doing better, we're all doing better. You know. I don't necessarily agree with the America First thing though, because again, America is, a lot of it is a service economy. We rely on interacting with other people around the world, and plus, like, that's just, you know, I'm a proponent of humanity, I guess to say. Like, I don't think that we should be like sticking our noses into everything, but I do think that American influence is important. And in order to keep that influence, there has to be the right balance. Like, the world's not just gonna magically be a safe place if America is entirely selfish and withdraws from everything. Yeah, I'm not on the MAGA side of stuff, like, trust me. I think that MAGA is very ignorant to a lot of more complex issues that don't get addressed by it. But MAGA is like a battle cry, feeling like that people are being ignored. Like, I can see why people side with it if they don't understand, like, what MAGA is, like, really about. But yeah, I think that people don't understand the nuance of that. I hope that this new administration understands the nuance of it. Like, I hope that, like, again, like, I feel like MAGA is just, like, out there to get votes, you know? I don't think that they truly, like, fully believe and invest in the ideology. It's just virtue signaling with policies. Yeah, the boomer order, the people who grew up post-World War II, and that's the way they see the world. Exactly. That's exactly why we are where we are with, like Israel and Ukraine. Like, these people grew up in the greatest generation of the United States, and, like, they just see the world that way. It's like a bastardized view of what got it there, you know? I think that Europe was a sign of, like, there's a lot of conservative stuff going on in Europe right now before the US media was making it obvious here. It's unignorable now, but I think what was going on is, like, there was a lot of conservative stuff going on in Europe as far as, like parties forming and becoming popular. And in the US, like, the media was able to, like, cover for it for a while and, like, pretend like it wasn't happening. But now, like, now that people know it's happening, yeah, I think that Europe is gonna move a lot too, because now they see it happening here. Like, definitively, even though it was already happening, it's like, you know. Yeah, like, a lot of people don't realize, like, a lot of countries are happy about Trump winning. And they're not countries that, like, you're not aligned with necessarily either, you know. I don't know, it's really hard to, like, tell what people are thinking when you don't hear from them ever. Like journalism is dead, you know? Like, say what you want about Tucker Carlson, but he did take the initiative to interview Putin and, like, hear what he has to say. I didn't watch that full interview, but I was just, like, in awe that, like, a journalist actually interviewed an adversary world leader and tried to understand his perspective. That's fascinating to me. I'm optimistic, man. I'm optimistic that things are gonna get better, but of course, like, things usually get worse before they get better. The thing about, like, Putin is, like, he's gonna see things his way, and, like, just because he's saying things and it counteracts, like, what Americans say and think, that doesn't mean that he's right about things. He's definitely delusional on some things, but it's like, again, that's the Twitter thing, is, like, you get a better idea of what the truth is when everybody's talking, you know? When everybody's able to talk and everybody's able to speak, you get a better idea of what's happening. And people are just less miserable, too. Like, at first, you get a little annoyed because, like, you see a lot of dumbasses saying a lot of dumb shit. But you get used to it and you're like, oh, this person just has an opinion. I just feel like this generation's not used to hearing other opinions, man. Like, you gotta just accept that opinions exist and, like, you gotta be curious and think for yourself. A lot of people are scared of Trump, but a lot of people are optimistic. Like, I feel like most moderate people are just, they're worried, but they're optimistic. I think that's just the vibe right now. I'm feeling it. It's definitely different. It's gonna be different than Trump's first term, though, because again, he knows who the people who are, you know, part of the war machine, and he knows who, like, the original Republican boomers and people who are, like, tainted by all that stuff. He knows who all these people are now. Or at least he knows who most of them are. Yeah, I mean, you could say what you want about, like, Trump's ego and, like, he's definitely a bit of a danger because he doesn't like losing. That's a little scary. But, you know, I just hoping for the best. Yeah. Yup. Yup. That guy doesn't get criticized enough in mainstream media. He was, like, more geriatric than Biden, dude. Oh, you're playing again? Nice, dude. Nice. Well, you know what's funny about that? My favorite trilogy is Back to the Future. You guys probably know. The fans probably know that about me. It's really funny looking back when, like, they're, like, making fun of the fact that Reagan was president. Like, Reagan, the actor? It's just a repeat, man. It's a repeat of the 80s. This fucking celebrity turned politician. So, America, dude. Yeah, I guess I'm not, like, too knowledgeable on that stuff, but it's a step in the right direction. It's not, yeah, it's not like he's, like, it's the same thing as, like, when Obama got out of office and when Trump gets out of office. Like, they're still gonna have influence over these things, but, like, I think people are just happy that it's, like, a step in the right direction. Like, it's one step further away from, like, the boomer Republican Party, basically. Because regardless of what side you're on, I think it's pretty... It's pretty short-sighted to want one party to fail, because if one party fails, then you're only getting one party for the rest of the time. So, and that was the whole, like, conspiracy they were talking about on Rogan, is, like, if they can move all the new immigrants to all the swing states and get them to vote for dependency on the Democratic stuff, like, then it's going to be a one-party state, and then whatever they want to do, they have no opposition, so...
Are you ready, kids?
I think SHiFT would have my vote if he... I think SHiFT would have my vote. You know, 28-year-old SHiFT. Yeah, no. And we were feeling that, like... 2017, when the Obama appointed dude was, like, the deciding factor in removing net neutrality, that we were definitely feeling that. Like, I definitely sympathize with the feeling of, like, helplessness, and our leaders are not making decisions in our best interests. It just impacts me less than the average person, you know? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Danny, thanks for the 39 months. Dude, I started muting people who are just, like, grifting with the, like, please don't kill yourself, like... Does anybody else feel the same way that, like, comments like that are just, like, trying to, like, incite fear and trying to get people to, like, think about that kind of shit? Like, either they're just, like, so far gone from reality, but, like, oh my god. I just can't stand people just, like, using suicide as, like, a virtue signal. It's the same thing with, like, the people who are beating up the pedophiles. Like, they're not much better than the pedophiles themselves. Like, shut the fuck up, man. The fact that suicide has become so, like, normalized at this point is... Like, people don't care, man. People don't care about the well-being of people that gets them to the point where they would consider doing something like that. They'd rather just, like... Yeah, man, this person who got elected is gonna make people kill themselves. Like, when you fucking talk like that, you are just only making it harder for us to come back to the center here. This is not a team sport, okay? I'd be very wary of people who are pushing that kind of shit. Like, so many people are gonna kill themselves now. Like, it's... And then, like, it almost seems like they kind of hope it happens so they can just, like, use it as a talking point. That's the feeling that I get from fucking bullshit like that. Just fear-mongering and making people fucking, like, think about it, you know? So awful, dude. Like, that's just, like, a next level... That's, like, a next level meltdown by saying shit like that. Like, get a grip on reality. Fucking grifters, man. Yeah, I'm muting people who fucking act that way. That's crazy. See, the thing is, like, I'm not enjoying the meltdown stuff, dude. I think that just makes things worse. Like, the meltdown is like a requirement to, like, facilitate change and, like, learn how to win next time and so forth, but I think that people dunking on people for melting down is, like, losing the plot. I'm just hoping that Trump doesn't lose the plot. I hope he doesn't fucking dunk on his opposition and, like, fucking get revenge on people and shit. At some point, somebody just has to call for peace. And I think that Trump is in a position where, like, he proved that he can win. He should just call for peace now and work with people. I think that's what he should do. Whether his ego allows him to do it, I don't know. You don't think that, like, that could also be attributed to the fact that people are pushing that, like, people are, like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't think that, like, the school shootings as well are part of this stuff too? Like, when people constantly, like, talk about school shootings and constantly putting it in the news, you don't think that, like, encourages more people to do it? Like, the virtue signaling and stuff, and, like, pointing fingers and blaming people for the actions of people who are not mentally well. You don't think that's a problem? Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I don't remember who mentioned it, but you understand, like, the insanity of, like, blaming other people for the actions of crazy people and people who are unfortunately... When I say crazy people, I'm talking about the school shooters, by the way, not the people who are feeling suicidal. Obviously, that's insane if anybody thinks that. But I do think that trying to normalize stuff like that just makes us all worse off. Like there are ways to help people other than like making it feel like normal. When I was growing up, actually, there was what's the word? This is my lived experience, but maybe like late millennials and early Zoomers will be able to relate to this. There was like a what the fuck was you? What is the word for this? Ah, it's on the tip of my tongue. I mean, it was a public health crisis, but like, what is the word for like a mindset that's like spread and it's like bad for people? It's on the tip of my tongue. It's like a psychological epidemic. Is that what it is? Something along those lines. No, not hysteria. Something like that. Not hysteria. That's not what it is. It's like group psychosis. Is that what it is? Something like that. There was something going on with that, like, and I don't know if it was like just like MCR and like the emo stuff getting like people like personally identifying with that shit. But like depression kind of became like an aesthetic thing. Like a romantic aesthetic thing when I was growing up. Like being depressed like earned you like brownie points when you were my age growing up. I don't know if it's still like that with kids, but that was like, it was like fashionable to be feeling down and feeling depressed. And it was like literally everywhere. Not enough people talk about that, dude. Like how like dude, like, it's literally like normal kids just like being told like, oh, it's so romantic to be like miserable and feeling bad about yourself, and somebody comes in and saves you. Like, where the fuck did people get that idea from? Is it the music we listen to? Is it the shows we watch? Like, that fucked kids up, dude. And I was one of them. At one point, I was definitely in that camp, or like, I believed that's like what you had to do to be accepted socially. And like, there's shit like that all the time, dude. Like, that we don't even like talk about it even when it's already over. Like, I feel like we've kind of just like, as like millennials and Zoomers, we've kind of just glossed over the fact that that was very real. That was shit that people were actively participating in when I was growing up. Yeah, that's so interesting. You feel that way as an autistic person, that you didn't, like, you kind of like missed that whole thing. But like, it's like emo wasn't even like, you know, emo was a counter movement more than it was like feeling bad about yourself. Like, it wasn't like, it was more just like buck the system than like feel bad about your current situation. Like, the victim mentality that like blended with the emo movement turned into like, it's romantic to be depressed stuff. That's at least the way that I saw it, you know? Dude, my shoulders are killing me. Too much driving, too much sitting in bad chairs. Yeah, I guess still it's like a chicken or the egg thing, perhaps, but my lived experience is that like emo was fashionable, but it got hijacked by people who just wanted to use it to like justify their own victimhood and stuff. Which is like, yeah. We're talking about like, I guess like social issues that happened like 15 years ago when we were growing up, because like most of us are in our like 20s at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of it's in the music that we listen to. I think that music is a huge part of it. Yeah, I think like tryharding needs to have a better image. Like, we need to bring back merit, bring back tryharding, but in a way that's like relatable and like understandable. Like, not just, like, putting yourself above other people and, like, bragging and shit. Like, the best tryhards are the ones who try hard to make everybody's experience in the community better. Like fucking, like, Slippy from the Melee community is, like he fucking did that shit and... Or, his name's not Slippy, it's Fizzy, right? Like, his Fizzy. Like, that's try hard as fuck, but, like, it's, like, the kind of try hard that, you know, it makes everybody better off, you know? Yeah, what's up?
Where are all the security?
Yeah, celebrities have too much control over us, and, I don't know, I participated in the whole, like, the Twitch game and, like, trying to grow my channel, and, like, back when it was, like, the more impressive of a thing that you were showing on your stream, the bigger you grow, and that's, like, there was actually, like, a real, like valid, like, argument for doing something like speedrunning back in the day, where people did, like, people were impressed by it, and that was the thing people were looking for here, was, like, unique hobbies that people take seriously, but... Yeah, I mean, that's just no longer a driving factor for success here. Which is why I just choose not to participate in it. I still love Twitch, and I think that there's a lot of good here, but it's really hard to, like, poke through the cloud of clout chasing to attract the kind of audience that I want to have here, you know. Yeah, no, I again, like, but the far right and MAGA are a very small group of people that are not deciding elections. Yeah, thanks for the good luck. Like, these elections are not decided by MAGA. They're decided by people who are flipping sides, and you know, like they're just moderates and independents. They're not MAGA. Like MAGA is bad, I agree, but they're not deciding elections. Do you think that MAGA means the same thing that it meant 8 years ago? Because I see like moderates wearing MAGA hats now. Like, I don't know. It's hard to like really like judge what something stands for when it's just constantly it's all just changing, man. Like this time around, it kind of felt more like we're tired of the bullshit. You know, like... But you still would not probably catch most people wearing a MAGA hat, though. Like, when I see, like, the TikTok dances with the MAGA hats, like, these aren't people who, like, align with the kind of stuff you're talking about, or they're, like, assaulting trans people and shit, you know? It's... feels like it's different now. But, then again... when you read Aiden Ross's chat, it makes you wonder. Just remember that, like, stuff like that is a very small percentage of people. And a lot of people who talk like that, like, they would never do anything in person. They're just fucking idiots, you know. Yeah, exactly, like, homophobia in the 80s being entirely driven by the AIDS epidemic and needing somebody to blame on it. Yep. Yeah, no, I totally get that, man. But, at a certain point, I think you gotta, like, ask yourself, like, there's always a group, like an extreme group that's always doing nasty shit, you know? You're always gonna have people who fall into these, like, alternative camps of thinking because they have nowhere else to go. And I feel like there's always gonna be, unfortunately, one group that gets marginalized and blamed for, like, the problems in the world. And I'm not saying that, like, we shouldn't do anything about it, but I think that, like, thinking that we're worse off as a society solely because MAGA exists versus like you said, like the homophobia during the 80s and so forth. Like, there's always going to be some movement, like the hardcore MAGA crowd that supports Trump, but is not the majority of people who voted for him, for example. It's like, I understand though that like, because like the whole like MAGA thing is hijacked by people who feel that way. It's like associated with Trump. Like it's like the loudest voices are the ones who like make the idea of like making America great seem bad, and then that's like that just forces the other side to like become anti-patriot, and that pushes people away because people on the Democratic side are like, why are these people not like America anymore? Like, people are saying that the American flag is a hate symbol because America is associated with MAGA and MAGA is associated with the alt-right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like listening to the loud voices in a group of a lot of people. Because Trump still won in 2016, and the majority of people who voted for him are not like Nazis and shit, you know? Just like the majority of people who voted for Kamala Harris aren't socialists. You gotta just like... I understand that like MAGA is like a strong brand, and you've seen a lot of people who have really fucked up takes like wearing MAGA stuff, but again, it's like objectively the minority of people, you know. But even so, like, I love the American flag, but you would never catch me fucking wearing a MAGA hat. Like, it just would never happen. So like, I get it, you know. Like, it's kind of like a, like MAGA for some people is like a dog whistle for like white supremacy and shit. I totally understand that perspective, 1000%. But at the same time, you gotta see that the majority of people who are saying this are not white supremacists, you know? They're not seeing the fringe shit that you're being exposed to online. They're just like, oh yeah, I would like America to be great. Just like all the weird shit going on with Black Lives Matter wasn't immediately apparent to people, but, you know, Black Lives Matter is like as an idea, like a phrase that you can get behind. It's a similar deal, you know? Like these phrases and these slogans become bigger than the actual thing itself. That's actually, and this is why Kanye West is a genius, by the way. I'm not saying I agree with the things he does or says, but that was his idea with like didn't he like take like the like Nazi stuff and like use it as like his, he said like, oh no, excuse me, I don't mean to conflate the Confederacy with Nazism, but like he like tried to like make the Confederate flag fashionable, because his point that he was trying to make with that is that like his fan base is bigger than the remaining people who are actually like racist and like believe that like the slaves should still exist, right? Like he was like trying to claim ownership to the Confederate flag. I'm not saying that all people who are like Confederates are like racist, I'm not saying that, but it is associated with racism. So like Kanye West like taking the Confederate flag and trying to make it his own thing, and like supporting Trump and shit like that. Like, Kanye, I don't think he's a political person at all. I think that he's just an artist who's trying to, like, express these, like, weird ideas that he has in his head, because he's, like, he thinks about things very differently. And, like, he's like that, he thinks he's, like, 5 steps ahead, you know what I mean? That's, like, what he's trying to prove with that, but everybody's just like, oh, he's, like, a Confederate now. Like, that's not the point. He's trying to, like, take, that was what he meant by, like, the whole, like, slavery is a choice thing. It wasn't literally saying that the slaves chose to be slaves. He's saying that, like, by choosing to give power to, like, MAGA and, like, the Confederate flag and, like, giving that power to people who are just vocally racist and shit, like, all that's doing is keeping it alive, and it's, like, your choice to keep it alive. That's his point, that Kanye was trying to... I think Kanye's bipolar. I think he's been open about that. I mean, like... If you ever listen to Ye, which is a good album, by the way, you can kind of like get a sense for that, but yeah, he's a really interesting person. I don't dislike him necessarily. I think he just says shit for the sake of like spectacle. Like he's like a performative artist, if that makes sense. Like the way he acts publicly and the way he like designs his fashion and the way he like releases and constructs his albums, like he's just an artist, and I don't see him as anything other than that. He's just trying to get people to like talk about him, and That's like the whole point, is like Kanye West is like to him, like Kanye West is like an idea. He's not even like a person, you know what I mean? Yeah, I like Doom. I think he's solid. I think he gets overrated a lot by like internet people, but I thought that his take was like his rhymes are really cool, and like his take on the genre was unique. I mean, I like Doom for the same reason that I like Kanye, that like Kanye West got big off of not rapping about like gang violence and like killing people and shit. I think that's pretty, you know, I guess like virtuous, but they're both good, you know. I don't even dislike Kanye's newer. I think my personal favorite album was The Life of Pablo from Kanye. I still think his best album was The College Dropout, but I don't know, like Pablo was like kind of like taking the things he was messing with on Yeezus, but like he like kind of made it like more coherent. That's a really good album. And he's also really funny too.